I'm doing good. Doing good, Dragon J. Thank you for asking. Five, 4, 3, 2, 1. Boop. Someone blew up the fairground in order to hide evidence. And we found a steampunk looking motherfucker. And now we're back in court. 24th of October, 9:11 a.m. The Old Bailey Defendant's Arch Chamber.
Good morning, Senator.
Good morning, Professor. Ready for today's proceedings?
I hope so. I should be. Even with nothing left to... good morning, my dear fellows.
Alright, Mr. Sholmes, you're here.
Why, naturally. As a true gentleman stands shoulder to shoulder with his friends in all battles at all times.
Thank you, I really appreciate it. I'll see you later then. Now, Professor, we really need you to remain calm in the courtroom today. Yes. Don't be an arsehole and ruin our defense. 3 times. Again. Arsehole. Yes, do try your best to hide us not to enter the witness stand uninvited again.
Yes, I will. I realize it was a mistake. My dear fellows, must I interject?
There. Alright. Silly Mr. Sholmes, what's the matter?
Surely I've overlooked some praise. Have you not? You can't be cast in my direction,
Sorry, I don't follow.
I must have spelled it out. I, the great Herlock Sholmes, the greatest detective worldwide, a combination. More, at some ungodly hour to be here now. First thing in the morning, a miracle, you must agree.
Well, if I must agree then.
As you know, my sleep is quite impregnable. Iris had to employ her full garment of tactics. She pulled the covers off, shook me, poked me both cheeks, pinched me, kicked me from the bed. Then she poured boiling cup of her latest experimental blend on my face, and at last, I bestirade.
Oh my, Iris has been busy. Iris doesn't have to have it in her to go that far. She's too nice.
A sense of spirit, a fellow scientist, one who relishes infinite possibilities of blending tea. I'm the one worthy of praise here, not Iris. This should be my victory.
Beep boop, sorry to cut in. Nah, it's Gregson. Oh, Inspector Gregson. Good morning.
Gregson, my dear fellow. Why the grim expression this delightful early hour? Oh, I don't know. Maybe because I've been confronted with grimmer expressions there. Dear me, you're going to make us all that insult laying down, Professor. What? I don't know.
Poor Professor.
Anyway, here's the paperwork you asked for.
What paperwork?
I took a little bit of requesting yesterday. I have a feeling it may prove useful. You won't believe the hoops I had to jump through to get it brought to this out of the archives. It's a professor's autopsy report.
The mass murderers? You killed 5 members of the aristocracy. Can't pronounce that word today. Aristocracy.
He was found guilty in closed trial 10 years ago now. It was all done under wraps. He was quickly executed soon after the trial, and it's all in here. The killer's autopsy report been added to the court record.
I don't know what to say. Thank you, Inspector. Hey, what are you doing?
Oi, what are you doing? I thought you were thanking me.
What's that, Inspector?
Yes, much obliged, Gregson. Us lowly lot in the yard just gotta do what we can in the shadow of the great detective Sholmes, of course.
Bye. Well then, Professor Hairbrain, this is it. Today is gonna lay it all to rest at last. I wish you the best luck, Professor.
I suppose he'll be in there today, will he? Deborah!
Yes, the prosecution summoned him as a witness.
I'm so amazed you managed to find him. He's just one day. I really owe you both so much. Oi! Counsel and defendant. The trial's about to resume. Come and make your way into the courtroom at once. Oi.
This is it then, the final chapter. Funny, my heart's racing a little. No, I've not felt before, actually. Amazing strange foreboding, as if something's going to happen in today's trial. I'm not really for it. Maybe the guy who blew up the trial tried to blow up his house and how he successfully brought up the carnival. But I can't let distracted from what the only thing that really matters: finding the truth. Ho! Suppose Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare the court in session again. I resume the public hearing of Albert Hairbrain, the President, with stands of accused of murder. Counsel for the prosecution and defense, ready to proceed. Blah. The prosecution is ready, my lord. The defense is ready, my lord. As I presumed, Lord Van Ziek's apprentice was with him. Apprentice lost memory.
I wish your lenses out of my eyes and blow him up.
Oh, if I may, Lord Van Ziek. Blah, yes, my lord. It appears there's someone standing at your side. Blah, yes, my apprentice. He's an assistant. The prosecution believes today's proceedings will see the complexity of the case rise considerably. If I entice my sister to attend to ensure the smooth running of my trial, and then his thumb just like flies off. Ow. Smooth running liquid refreshments by the looks of it. The way he holds himself, the way he moves, he couldn't be anyone else. But he's still suffering from amnesia, so there really is nothing we can do at the moment. I know, but maybe it's like a computer. Maybe if he's punched him a bunch of times, he'll remember. The cussed maintenance. Ho! The field prosecution has done a fine job in responding to the demands of the court we made yesterday. Understand we successfully secured the engineer and who disappeared from the scene in the day in question. Blah, yes, my lord. And dared to call him as a witness shortly. Very good. Now then, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, who have been chosen at random to represent the people of the courtroom today. Are you ready to proceed?
Of course, my lord. We understand the point of doing our civic duty.
I do declare this attention is a seat I might find it very wearing. Oh, taking the man's life and conjuring trick against the magician's code. Not mention the law.
A program that fulfill the lesser clause is last way.
Maybe there's no stand on both sides. The fence.
It was not my day. Wouldn't like to at all.
All parties are ready to proceed. Here we come, the Lord Van Ziek. Yeah. I do make it very terrible. I do make him talk terribly. I pretty much just talk with my tongue hanging out the whole time for him. Blah, before I do, my lord, I must depart evading the court. Yesterday, the great exhibition grounds. The evidence of the primary importance in this case. Super high voltage entertainment conditions machine, which is installed on the experimental stage, were typically destroyed in an explosion affected by an unknown person or persons.
There was what? There was Nani? An explosion! This is elf-like.
I tried to enunciate my bit better, for you I know. Yes, I heard the great news yesterday. Scotland Yard submitting a report to my office this evening. I read that machine blasted to smithereens and the wreckage reduced to ashes and flames. Blah, I have the photographic print of the scene taken in quick and exposure. Blah, I should know the man to the machine. Yes, a terrible business. He did destroy the evidence, did he?
The Inconstable!
Oh, the court now print the evidence to counsel. Post explosion reporting accident entered into court record. Record. There's a hole. Holy moly. Blah, yep, that left unknown. Person of fire to machine and Special Defense Search Equipment Act was revoked. However, before the thorough investigation could be begun, the invention was obliterated from existence. As such, this will become a very different trial. Blah. Huh? Blah. As I said now, there's no evidence which to draw a meaningful conclusion. Alternatively, the Kinesis machine will remain forever obscured. Indeed. Most unfortunate state of affairs. Blah. However, one thing remains clear. The victim's death was the result of actions of the accused. Of that, I can be certain. For the accused himself was operating the machine, who ultimately caused the lost control. As Lord Van Zeeks rightly says, this is a very different trial now. Blah. The accused accepts responsibility for his part in the events that transpired. He acknowledges that Mr. Anderson died as a result of the accident caused by the machine's malfunction. However, unbeknownst to her professor, he had been deliberately deceived by a pair of very clever fraudsters. Name, Mr. Counsels, if you please. Entering is Matra Jabba and the victim himself, Mr. Oldie Ass Man. So what exactly are these two men up to behind this defendant's back? The defense intends to expose the information, establish unequivocal evidence of the defendant. Thank you. Mr. Prosecution and defense have been clearly stated. Lord Van Zeek, summon your first witness, please. Blah. At once, my lord. Prosecution calls the engineer, Mr. Encourage Debitor, to the stand. Hey, Mr. Welcome. State your name and occupation for the court, your steampunk monstrosity. My name is Uncle Zebba. Occupation. Up and down, I would say. The black monocle. Yes, I do feel those. I've seen it somewhere before.
Me too! We're exactly the same feeling myself!
You're from the case you're currently being investigated for connection to another case. The theft of the waxwork model, is it? Most extraordinary sounding business. But there's no bearing on this trial, as though you'll cleave it from your mind. Blah. You're familiar with the public experiment carried out in the Great Expositions some days ago. Accused, super high voltage instantaneous kinesis imitation. Yes. You could say I'm aware of it. I was there. A terrible accident there, wasn't there? Your book, my lord. Blah. Blah. It was you, Mr. Devitt, who constructed the vast machinery used in the experiment. So your investigation indicates you confirm your involvement. Yes, of course, I constructed it. Possess a combination to the blueprint, that was all. Blah. Then you're interested in to hear your thoughts on the machine, I'm sure. A murder the vast, if you ask me. A principle of modern science, make instantaneous kinesis really last. Nani? Oh, goodness gracious! You mean to say that the experiment was bona fide? Is that your belief, sir? Yes, that is very much my belief. I was a waste to blow it up. We already established that the machine was nothing more than a prop for a deliberate conjuring trick.
Objection!
Blah! Your service nothing, mother thought.
Blah. I was assumed during the search proceedings that the same outcome could have been produced by means of such decree. But the defense merely proposed the method and dismissed it feasibly, nothing more. But... We're frustrated enough. I fear the witness, you will now give your formal testimony. And about the machine that you constructed for the purpose of the demonstration at the Great Exhibition. Bleh. Understood. I am also Terminator. I am normal human. I met the young professor approximately 1 year ago through Mr. Asman's introduction. He provided me with blueprints and I constructed the machine, precise specifications. There was no trick. The whole show was a fraud that I required a body double dandy did the victim ever doing. All suspects saw the buggage appear above their heads and crashed headfirst on the crystal tower. A terrible accident, I grant you. Perhaps the science on the machine, the science on which the machine was built was flawed somehow. A body double? That goes without saying, surely. Given the impossible impression that something has moved when in reality it hasn't, is a basic conjuring principle. Perceptions cannot be achieved through substituting original with the fake at some point during the performance. But it would be bad to say we haven't managed to establish any along those lines. Bleh. Incidentally, the person has already confirmed that Mr. Asman has no twin siblings. My understanding the witness was well versed in conjuring tricks, artfulness. The counter did not indicate what actually Abed accomplished what he claims. Namely, the construction of by all accounts must be extremely complex and subject machine. Whatever do you mean? Yesterday's proceedings for the true nature of your past exploits to light, Mr. Debitor. Indeed, my lord. As a swindler, you present innocent titles, elect government grants money for through conjuring know-how. Yes, it's true, I possess incredible knowledge of stage magic. Fortunately, my scientific knowledge is more than a mere matches for any academic in the field. Blah. If I say the witness report, a last name claim, my lord. As evidence, the police found this Royal Society trophy of the young talented scientist here. Yes, that's true. We spotted it ourselves. If our hypothesis is sound, they can make me be forged into a physical manifestation with significant skill. Though I may have sold the secret to some disreputives wiles assembling talented scientists in the past. Would you therefore assert that the explosion of the machine was an unfortunate accident, or of course, deliberate act of murder carried out by the misuse of science? Counsel defense, cross-examination, please. Yes, my lord. Yes, my lord. Finishes machine. I met the young professor approximately 1 year ago through Asman's introductions. Let me just catch up on my evidence. Do I have any? I don't think we've actually got inside this thing. There's a hook here, let me unhook it. Oh, look. This lock looks very strong, doesn't it? There's definitely no way we could remove the mask ourselves but put it on. We put it on you. It's no way to treat someone, even a convicted criminal. I know, it's starting to make me livid actually. Bernardo, please. I mean, just think about it. Imagine if you had an itch on your cheek, all of a sudden, you're utterly helpless. Oh yes, that is true. But I'm not sure that would warrant quite so much anger. Alright, sorry. Hold it! Hold it. So you're already credited with Mr. Aspen himself? Not really, but John's I've seen his name mentioned in the papers, that's all. I had no interest in his private affairs. If he had an unscrupulous investors, that is no concern of mine. As long as people pay their bills, I take up my tools and construct what they ask for.
So why did Ms. Osman approach you in particular then?
Who can say? I presume because my name is associated with excellence in engineering.
Let's mention excellence in fraud.
I'll do gauge, but the point is, all I did was construct the machine according to the blueprint I was given.
Blah. In other words, the machine's space was built on solid scientific principles.
Yes, you might say that. Professor Hairbrain currently has a mind like no other. A brother here with the blueprints I constructed the machine with my specifications. No trick.
You feel that you were both scientific knowledge and knowledge of conjuring magic, however.
The more knowledge you have, the better grips are to handle whatever comes along. But your implication is that I furnished the machine with a trickery, you think?
There's a possibility we have to explore.
Unfortunately though, the machine has blown the kingdom come. There's really nothing left to explore, is there?
Blah. It appeared the machine was fitted with timed explosive device of some kind.
And there's nothing left of the device, neither a single shred of evidence remains here.
You must have planned it all from the outset.
But in any case, it's abundantly clear that the experiment could have been a trick. To show the fall, I would acquire the body double, dummy victim to the twin.
Of course it is. Mr. Osman has a twin.
Blah. Perhaps my learned friend who wasn't listening earlier. Mr. Osman has no twin siblings.
No, I heard you before, but the third hope hadn't quite left. Which actually could have been a trick. It was somebody who looked significantly like the victim. But the science absolutely ruled out the possibility.
Blah. Beyond recognition, the victim himself, Mr. Asman, did move from the stage to the crystal tower. The fingerprints found at the scene are asserted to the fact.
So you can't have been orchestrated using someone who looked identical to Mr. Asman then. What are you thinking, Mr. Naito? Oh no, nothing. Just that the idea of someone who looked identical to the victim playing on my mind.
All the spectators on the balcony appear above their heads and crash headfirst into the crystal tower.
Hold it!
Crash headfirst, you say?
According to many witnesses, the parts there at the time, yes.
Were you not there at the exhibition ground that day?
Unlikely. I barely leave my workshop.
Yeah, none of your equipment, your unique inventions were found at the scene.
Well, it was the unraveling machine I labored the yeah. It was the unveiling of the machine I labored over for many months. I just saw clearly with my own eyes the bucket permanently headfirst into the tower.
What a surprise.
I believe the net was broken from the headlong fall, wasn't it?
How'd you come by that information?
Even inferior workers like me read the newspapers, no. According to the reports, 2 injuries were apparent on the victim's body.
Yes, he had been stabbed in the chest by a screwdriver and believed to belong to the defendant. And a broken vertebrae resulted of falling from the considerable height.
Blah. Correct. My learned friend has been doing his research, it seems.
Do we know which injury was the fatal one?
Blah. Sadly not. Project Visitor is not yet at the level where consulting can be determined. Blah. We know the victim died having sustained both injuries at some point during the experiment. And since it was found in the birdcage, his neck broke on. Blah. It's obvious that the man fell from considerable height.
This is hard to deny.
A terrible accident, I grant you. Perhaps the science on which the machine was built was flawed somehow.
Hold it!
So you understood the science, did you? Not the scientists.
Oh, right.
As I've said numerous times, I'm an engineer. My job is to manufacture according to blueprints I'm given. I would deem investigating a manifold problem is a foolish. Allow my brain to digest ideas behind them. I could have accused of stealing those ideas, for example.
It is possible to construct a machine without understanding the principles it relies on?
Well, you're passing law without really understanding the principles it lies on, aren't you?
Fuck you too! Good point. Hey, stand up for yourself, Mr. Nardo.
Blah. The point is, the experiment resulted in instantaneous conditions taking place. As such, the science must be sound. Yes, really, experiment result all that matters when it comes to proving your hypothesis.
He's certainly sure of himself. What do you think, Mr. Nardo? Well, the machine has been completely destroyed yesterday's explosion. It would be impossible to argue its authenticity once way or another way. If anyone understands that it was a piece of stage trickery rather than genuine science, we have no grounds on which to demonstrate the Professor Hubbard's innocence. Both Mr. Osman and this man have tricked the Professor and used him. They took advantage of his naivety and unbending belief in his work. They won't let him get away with it. See, the Professor is an old friend of the Lord Van Zeek's. Blah. What if must be feeling towards Demeter?
I met the young professor approximately 1 year ago.
Is there a way inside this thing, damn it? Pretty sure if I get inside I can see the face. Look, it's covered. The camera opened. Yes, now there should be a glass plane inside. To change the plate, each new photograph you take, you see. Something's wrong. There's no plate. It's been removed. Ah, what a pity. I suppose if you think about it, this would be the actual camera they used at the time, just like the waxwork was an actual person. So we'd never found the perfect print of the executed convict coming back to life. Oh yes, it's quite right, of course. Corpus set us out and looked devastated.
There's blood on this machine!
Wonderful machine. I do like contractions like this. Very much, don't you? Oh yes, anything manic I find absolutely irresistible. Almost irresistible, surely. Never see the packets, for example. I can't help myself. I simply have to take it apart. That's worrying. Yes, Father tells me that time I'm rumbling in his stomach is sound. He's giving up having a watch. Poor Professor Merkaba. Blood! The camera was a gun. We're not in Russia. Look for Senado. What is it? Or is that German? On the bell just here, it seems very red, dark, and insane. Yes, you're right. It looks like blood, actually. Oh my! I'm sure it's not what you're thinking. Gulp. I've gone through the trophy. The trophy only had a plaque on the front. So that's it. The plaque's ticked off. Nothing there. Nothing there. Nothing. I didn't mean to press that. I thought the British used the briefcase gun. Oh wait. If you look at the bird, if you look at this, the cracks on the bottom, not the top. So it didn't fall head first.
Objection!
We've found the birdcage crash into the crystal tower ourselves. As you can see, the cage, which was wooden construction, has the same damage in one particular spot. Blah. Following the explosion, it fell 30 feet into the glass crystal tower. Leaving that level of damage expected, surely. I agree. The damage itself is rather understandable. What doesn't make sense is the location of that damage. All the breakages in the wood at the base of the birdcage, not the top. What are you saying? What's up to it? That's up to where they should be. That's right, my lord. Birdcage was seen had damage to its base, so which reports the birdcage falling headlong into the crystal tower. Yet the damage is at the bottom. The only one of the crystal's two faces, except that there are two birdcages in play on that day, which are at some point switched. Which during what wasn't a scientific experiment at the time, but rather a practice state triggering. Oh, goodness gracious, explain yourself, witness.
Well, blah. If we examine the facts, there's only one logical conclusion we can draw. The damage in the birdcage clearly indicates it crashed tail first onto the tower.
Objection!
But multiple witnesses claim it fell head first. Blah, the birdcage material next to the sky, next to the broom, flying over the stage, following the spontaneous explosion. And the attitude from 60 feet on the ground to level. Approximately 18 meters. The proceedings fell 30 feet because of the tower, ensuring the fingers. Question reports saw a missile chaos was notoriously unreliable. But the victim was broken.
Objection!
Plummeted 30 feet heavy wooden cage. However, the fell would have unsurprisingly found one or two ways vertebrae crushed. A vivid scientific analysis of the events from the prosecution there. Though to be more rigorous, you'd have to say it was only one vertebrae, actually.
He wasn't quiet for long. I find it hard to see the motivation of Lord Van Zeke. The witness is clearly a swindler. I wanted to deceive a personal friend of his. If you're going to establish this deception, do it right. Sorry? I feel like that's what the undertone here is.
Oh yes, there's one more point. The defense appears to have forgotten. Obviously it wasn't a trick. A certain unreliable vein pain demonstrated. Nani?
Oh, looks like the cross-examination is better to continue until we resolve the matter. Mr. Dibber, you amend your testimony for the details of the truth.
Of course, I must do the matter scientifically after all.
I nearly had him there. Dance, little man, dance.
Jesus Christ took place because there was nowhere 30 feet high for the bucket to have fallen from.
So, this is also 30 feet high. looking at me the whole or the picture of the stage is the question. Well, I'm gonna press it just to be sure. So, press just in case it's some weird thing they do. What do you mean? Well, before the demonstration began, the victim was alive on stage in front of the audience. Yes, there was a lot of witnesses that saw Mr. Arsman on the experimenting stage, that's true. And the victim's death was broken as a result of impact following the fall. Logically, therefore, the victim must have fallen from somewhere. The balloon exploded to the altitude of 60 feet. The point of impact... The balloon exploded at an altitude of 60 feet. The point of impact of the tower was 30 feet up. The difference between the 30 feet and therefore the total distance of the bucket fell. And there's no other location from which the gauge could have fallen that distance if you don't drop into the sky. Ergo, the victim himself must have been beamed into the stage above the crystal tower. Richard, 7 analysis. Dear me, every time he explained, it sounds increasingly plausible. Oh yes, it's very well thought out. So he takes particular stage that day. The guy's plumbing 30 feet though in the air. I mean, theoretically, yes. It'd be this one picture of the scene. I get the various pictures because the tower race machine exploded. Or be this one with a giant fucking hole in the floor. Could be either of those two evidences. It wouldn't be the balloon. The balloon doesn't show enough. The balloon only shows the top, not how far it's not vertical.
Objection.
No. Only something looks the same as it seems odd, doesn't it? We could mull over the press. Blah. Rest assured, we should be happy to carry the proceedings forward. In your absence, counsel. He sounds serious. I have to prove my worth before he really does send me back home. It was the sketch one. This is the diagram of the experimental stage and its surroundings. Somehow the barricade appeared made of a 4-inch ground tower. A fall of 30 feet or 9 meters. However, if you examine the diagram carefully, you'll see that there's one other possible location from which the barricade could have fallen. The same distance, 30 feet. Blur. No. Well, the Prince of It is a possible explanation to the foot forward. Go ahead, Consul. Yes, my lord. Of course. You indicate the post to which you were referring on the same diagram.
Take that!
What I'm referring to is here. But that's where the birdcage has been to begin with. Which is exactly my point, my lord. The birdcage was in the machine at the stage. But there must also be consider the height of the stage itself. Go on, Consul. Turns out the experimental stage was built at a considerable height above the ground level. If you look at the diagram, in fact, you see it's about the same height as above the ground as the balloon was above the crash site. Blah, blah. With the turn on the way, the machine and the birdcage were engulfed in steam. At the moment the floor of the stage gave way, and we assume that there's a void underneath. The birdcage once seen in the audience would have fallen most exactly the same distance. Once again, my lord, there's no point to the fact that there was not one birdcage, but two.
Objection.
Blah. I object.
My learned friend, there has no evidence that the stage had been created with such a design. Someone is responsible for criminal destruction of the Kinesis machine itself, it's true. However, the stage still stands. Take a moment to look at this photographic print of the scene following yesterday's explosion. Good lord, the metal grates formed the floor of the machine is undone. Yes, most likely blown open with the force of the explosion, destroying the rest of the machine. The feds calls for safe below the stage to be investigated immediately. Mr. Demeter. It was you who built the Kinesis machine, which means it was you who built the 2 bird cages that were used to carry out the deception. Whether the present harebrained hypothesis was sound or not makes no difference, because the construction of the machine and its matters, the machine was designed to take Mr. Asman's life. And they blame fairly on the Professor's door, something that could only have been carried out by you, Mr. Ernst Demeter.
Objection!
This is my 5th bottle of wine since starting this case. I am very drunk. My learned friend has reached the end of the water sessions. Ow. Prosecution would like to crush the defense's argument slowly, but surely. What? The argument fails to hold water on 2 counts. 2. Firstly, before and after the experiment, the witness went nowhere near the Kinesis machine. Every relevant member of staff exhibition has attended to that. Maybe the middle of Scotland Yard had also been on duty to watch every public experiment. Blur, in other words, Mr. Demeter had no opportunity to switch out the alleged bird cages. I believe I've already explained why he wouldn't need to. Blur. Nonsense with the crossbar. That doesn't bolster your case at all. The man who just paid for the stage and the man who crashed into the tower are one and the same. Bleh. The forensic investigation reports unequivocal to that point. And the second floor of your assertion, bleh, is a lack of motive. Why would this man leave? Why would the man want to take the victim's life? There's no reason to do so. Bleh. A motive? I don't think of everything myself. Blur. We have contracted provided by the witness. This contract runs the Zeke. Contract to which Mr. Demeter entered the victim, Mr. Asman. It bleeds. Blur. Mr. Demeter is to receive 30% of all residents from the government grant of income. 30%. That's a favorable considerable contribution. But there was one very important provision built into that clause. What provision? Blur. Mr. Demeter is only afforded the right to condition but both contracting bodies are alive. In other words, if either of them was a fool to die, the contract would be null and void. So you see, I had nothing to gain from Asman's death. The dramatic opposite, in fact. Blur. And it's more, the witness has neither an opportunity nor a reason to commit the alleged crime. In short, the possibility of Mr. Demeter having done the suggests is nil. If the assertion is somewhat wide of the mark. Lord Van Zeke, you now submit the contract evidence, please. The will is contract to be added to the evidence. Hey, that's my job to say that. Too bad I took it from you. Investor, Mr. Oldie Ass Man, hereby enters into a contract with the provider, Mr. Onrat Demeter, to fund the labor and materials to construct a super high voltage machine. Mr. Demeter is to receive 30% of all recompenses from the government grants and other income. Mr. Demeter may only uphold the right on conditions that both contracting parties are alive.
S-Man and Debitor. Wait, E-Debitor. Okay, Z-Debitor. It's true. Wizard has no opportunity to vacate on the stage on the Crystal Tower. He could have done it, and in any case, I have no idea what his motives might have been. There's one aspect to your argument. It still holds true, however. There were 2 bird cages. The question is unable to deny it. Ah! I'm sure you're on the right lines, Nardo. I have no doubt there's other aspects of your assertion that has undeniable truths too. Oh, it would seem the defense has no other rejoice to offer.
Well, I must say I'm a little surprised. I came to satisfy the machine I built, and said my reputation is defiled. But the conclusions counter the record straight. I think it's impossible for me to be the culprit.
Objection!
At the beginning of this trial, we believed that there was only 1 birdcage, yet now we know there have been 2. In other words, there's more than one demonstration that we realized at first. I think it's abundantly clear that the same applies to the culprit.
Blah. Get to the point.
The stage demonstration was structured and set up entirely by you, Mr. Debitor. Therefore, it is inconceivable you had no hand in the events that transpired. So for to mean, is it impossible that you could have carried out the crime yourself? To point in fact that someone else was involved. Someone else? Who are you suggesting? Yes, my lord. Mr. Debitor had an accomplice.
Objection!
Blah.
An accomplice. And now? Well then, I presume.
You prepared for what's to come? Blah. You are accusing not only this witness but and someone else of a series of crimes. If these accusations turn out to be false, it makes no mistake. The prosecution will demand a cruel serious punishment for your slander.
Well, counsel, you intend to pursue the course of formally accuse another party involved in this matter? Order here. At the moment, there's little more than a hunch on my part. I know for sure if Mr. Debitor is an accomplice, or even if he really had a culprit here. One way or another, though, I gotta make up the position clear as a lawyer. The what matter to be, is Mr. Debitor to have an accomplice or not? Defense really like to name Mr. Debitor's accomplice. Some of the 2 birdcages must have been switched. Everything points to that. Yet, according to the coroner's report, that's a possibility. But that's inconsistency itself is a clue. Oh, counsel. Yes, my lord. You've seen this dark warning already. You're no less determined. I must now ask you to identify this alleged accomplice by name. So your answer, please. Good Mr. Miller's accomplice.
Take that!
Who is this person? Let me do that to the crime, my lord. Someone you surely would not. You don't know. Yes, I think I'm aware of the person, obviously. But what basis do you claim the felon's involvement? Blah, you surely wouldn't say I don't know, would you? Ah! Just simply slipped to point at the wrong person, didn't you? There's no other explanation. Don't stop us this time, please, counsel. Who has been the Debitor's accomplice? It would have been old ass man, but it's not.
been Gina. Would have been Tobias. Wouldn't be her. Maybe an unknowing accomplice?
Take that!
Because I thought maybe it might have been the Mr. Asman, but they betray him at the end. Although she had access to the scene as an investigator.
Take that!
The person in question is... Blah. But that might not put his farms. Sure you're filled up behind the tongue now. I was a little late for that. Of course I'm afraid. After all, me in this capacity is definitely going to make waves. A lot of waves. I could very well turn every single person in this courtroom against me. I'm sure I'll be alright, Mr. Nardo. Thank you, Miss Sisto. Because she was the only one who had access to the stage after everything had happened. Because she was a forensic investigator. You may be pretty larger than life, but you're pretty exactly the same enemy. Alright then, here goes. Blah. Because I was waiting long enough. Onto the console. Now. Person included was Debido in order to carry out the cricket crime. Is Scotland Yard's coroner. Dr. Courtney Scythe. What are you pleased? Are you talking about Dr. Scythe? Blah. You have a forensic investigation team and the coroner of the indicated autopsy report of the victim? Are they like brother and sister or something? We know 2 bird cages. So who could have carried out the switch between the illusion? And the incident happened in front of a huge crowd of spectators and merely sealed off. Then everyone, police officers included, were banished to make way for the forensic investigations team. When else could the switch have occurred? It's only when there's been a team presence. It's essential for the court to determine exactly what happened the following incident. The defense demands Mr. be summoned to witness and stand to testify. You got some nerve, lad! Standing up there dragging a yard's name through the mud. I didn't mean to. I know the woman very well. There better not be dead worker out there. How dare you call her a criminal? Blah. My little friend's imagination appears to be wilder than the east and the night. But this about calculus to decide this gives another problem with your argument. One of which prosecution demands you address what once. A great problem? Oh my lord. Who do you claim as the victim's doppelganger? What? Certainly. The cage contained the body of the victim exchanged for another. That cage must also contain a body. Blah, and yet, no missing person's accidental death or anyone remotely established the victim reported. Which means there's no other dead or alive could have been. You could have filled the role of the dead woman for this ass man. Ah, that's true. My argument is there were 2 bird cages. It must be a way to prove one person. But I don't know. I haven't got an answer yet, have I? Can I leave this body to double stunt bombing? Very well. The defense will address my learned friend's concerns by revealing the identity of the person who acted as Miss Edwards' body double. Be my guest. Give us a name. Body double with birdcage were hiding inside the blue light, but above the sea. Which means any witness would only be 60 feet away. So who was it appeared to the explosion some 80 meters above? Aha! Who's that when the second birdcage was?
want to say it's one of her wax figures that went missing.
Take that!
Oh, what other one? No, Tornado. I want to do wax figures. I'm not sure consider your answer console. Okay. If let me go back means I got the wrong thing. Very well. No to now address alone and friends' concerns. Authentic evidence reveals the truth nature of events. Body double. Goodness gracious, evidence. I hope you're not using fabric council. The court is expecting the name. Blur. You think of relevant evidence pendant now. The body double in the birdcage hiding inside the balloon was floating above the stage, which means the witness would only have seen them if for 60 feet away. It would appear to be out of the explosion some 18 meters above the spectators. Aha!
Take that!
Mr. Asman was in the birdcage situated inside the kinesis machine on the stage, and therefore he couldn't have been inside the second birdcage instead of containing someone else. And we tried as a body double which fell from the sky and crashed into the crystal tower. Oh, yes, Council. According to your somewhat elaborate version of events. And that body double inside the second birdcage was, in fact... It's alright, Mr. Nardo. You ready for this? Just still yourself and come out with it. Thank you, Miss Nardo. I needed that. As I was saying, body double inside the second birdcage was, and other as it may seem, is that thing over there. Wait, what, it's just sitting on the stage? What the fuck is it doing in the courtroom?
Objection!
Bleh. Open your eyes and look at the man, my father's friends. You're getting very sleepy. Your van go make me some wine. Blood wine. Bleh, now tell me, what are you playing at? Stand firm now, Mr. SK. This is the time to show Japanese spirit. Let's talk about this is a waxwork model. A model, in fact, of the infant London murderer from 10 years ago. The Professor.
Objection!
Blur. Started by interdicting the leader of a forensic investigation team and accomplice in this crime. And now you've moved on to indicating this waxworks. Yes, that's about the size of it. But why? And why? Why this waxwork? That's not the victim. In fact, it could barely resemble him less. But puzzle conviction could you have? You want to know why? Ask Mr. Demeter. He is looking very upset. Blur. Nani? Therefore, Professor Headlines performed this purpose demonstration. Mr. Demeter abducted this model from Madame's 10 spells. Did you say abducted? 2 years after the incident of Mr. Mission, he returned it to the museum. Blur. And the timing. Is this true, Mr. Demeter? Ugh. At first, it would seem that Mr. Demeter would have stolen the paintwork. Couldn't have seen why Mr. Demeter would have stolen the waxwork and then given it back. But now, the reason is clear. So it could take the plate. He took it so he could put it inside the second birdcage as a body double for Mr. Assman. Gah!
Objection!
Blur. Are you hearing this, ladies and gentlemen of the jury? Are you hearing the defense's astonishing proposal? The witness fabricated the vast machine with the intention of deceiving every British scientist, and that he did so in conclusion to the finest corner on public stage in front of the vast audience. And that to effect the deception, he used a waxwork model and nowhere resembles the victim.
Are you really to believe the far-fetched tale? That you decide.
Objection!
Wait. If you put it like that, of course it sounds implausible.
My lord, I need to speak, if you please.
Oh, go ahead, Mr. Foreman.
Myself and my colleagues have reached an agreement.
Very good. In this case, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you now state your leanings toward the court here now.
Guilty!
Guilty.
Guilty! Guilty!
Guilty.
Kill me!
Not the corn! Not the corn! Why is there a kid on the jury for a murder case, God's sake? Those by the foreman, the jury has reached this consensus. I knew it was going to happen. Shall we go through this game scenario as we always do? And uncover some new truths along the way? I'm quite sure. Yes, I agree. I'm going to appeal to the jurors as usual and see if I can persuade them to change their minds. The first time examination. You didn't have to ask. I just know you're going to do it. Are you ready? Are your fellows ready to proceed, Mr. Foreman?
We are, my lord.
Very well. In that case, but they clearly for the present to hear. Regarding what you were deciding, defendant's guilty, crime he's changed. I've known that woman for years. You never happens of anything.
It's utter nonsense. It's utter nonsense. The two of you ever convincing each other.
Javier, the most troubling, but surely the wax with men. The rest of what my son. It's nothing but to do with the coroner, is it? Well, we have problems with a member of the police. I do not trust them much. Oh, please, what is this? What is proof that this wax was never inside the bird cage? That's conjecture.
Accuse someone without right evidence and proper jobs. See, I would have it.
Somewhat unsurprising. The introduction of this wax is modeled to the proceedings, further as the opinion. Blah. Given the feathers of Piotr were built nowhere to resemble that of the victim. I can only applaud my London friend Timothy suggesting Mr. Asman's body double. Yes, I applaud the defense. Yes, I know it seems extraordinary, but that's the point. That's why I have the strong feeling that it's actually a greater clue than anyone else is ready to realize. What do you think, Mr. Nato? I can't explain why at the moment, but I feel like though there's a specific reason why it was used, and why it had to be this model. Really? A reason why? Nothing else would mean? Yes, I'm convinced. There's nothing far more significant than we ever know whether or not the model looked like the victim. If that's the case, we must prevent the child from entering prematurely, of course. I tried to, but it won't let me. I think I need the key. Another one particular isn't anything.
Hold it!
Look how Sholmes locked the door in like 2 seconds. All of the feelings seem to have changed around for some reason. I'm a copper, lad. It's a copper's decision to bend the rules sometimes. They must. What's wrong with that? Where do I start? I've been working at the yard for 40 years. That's even more than I thought. I've only ever had the Metropolis Police Service in 10th Town for 70 years, you know. Of course, sometimes it's changed. The public don't trust the coppers back when I started. It was rough. We had to fight crime. We had to fight to win. The public trusted us as well. And we win. We did. The forensic science is in its way too. There's more than it is now. The spearhead of the revolution. What scythe you mean? That's right, about 10 years ago now. It was when I started youngish Bob and the beat. That's when she started making a name for herself as a top-class coroner. And now look at her, head of the forensic investigation team, the woman no less. Well, you won't hear me complain. As I jumped back, all I'll tell you.
Tell me without holding the gun in the air.
We're all out of uphold justice, lad. Full vim and vigor.
Well, it's come across loud and clear.
Utter nonsense. I think two men would ever conceive with one another.
Hold it!
But they only just started to understand this case. What are you reading there, sir?
Member of the murders on Souls Polo Street was caught in 2 days flat. The member behind the Souls Street was caught in 2 days flat. That's real pleasing for you.
It's really not relevant to this case, is it?
You're wrong there. Because it's Dr. Scythe who charged examining the bodies. As evidence arising from that work led to the arrest of the scoundrels responsible.
Oh.
That's right, that woman is the forefront of this country's fighting against crime. I know she's having involved in this murky business with a load of tosh.
I thought it was up to press the jurors, not the other way around.
I dare. It's troubling to be sure that the waxwork man has stolen nothing to do with the coroner.
Why would you assume that?
Well, quite simply because... Well, exactly because the unsettling Swindler has no relationship with the woman, does she?
True, as it stands, we don't know any connections.
Oh gosh, but it'd be delightful and romantic if they were somehow mutually interested in the waxwork.
Romantic?
Women in society such as herself views everything in terms of relationships, you know?
Well, you learn something new every day, even if you don't want to.
One might wonder of possible relationship between the defendant and the coroner woman. Or perhaps between the defendant and the handsome prosecutor just there.
This woman has many more than she might give her credit for.
What the woman's stance is then perhaps demonstrating the connection between the waxwork and Dr. Charles would be enough.
Yes, I agree. Let's see if Wolf looking at Wolf here first.
Didn't we already have that? Yeah, this probably could tell we found inside the waxworks cabinet.
I have my own problems. Men, please. Don't trust them so much.
Hold it!
What are our problems? Let's just say we've run into each other on numerous occasions while I've been performing on the streets. Right, I see. Obviously, the cases myself cannot appear on stage, as well as work in close proximity to other audiences. So performing on the Great Magician in parks, on streets, corners like that. But it's usually used to make their lives more difficult.
Excuse me.
There's something to say in their response to that, Mr. Otomol?
Are you calling mass murderer?
Ah, sorry, my mistake. I got confused because I heard you looked like him.
I don't like that man. You've been locked up, sonny.
Thanks, Mr. Sholmes.
You're welcome.
Perhaps we could move on. I was really wondering if you had something you wanted to add to a response to Junior number 3, such as said. Clearly you do.
Back in my day, back in the good old days, it wasn't like this.
Wasn't like what, sir?
We worked our fingers to the bone and earned the public's trust, we did. And by Jove, we earned it. People respected us back then.
Respective to you? Huh.
No one could have called the coroner in question in them these days. The coroner report is the hallmark of investigation done right. Mentioned by Dr. Courtney Stevens. Put her name on it. She's the best of the best.
Hold it.
Hold on a minute.
What are you talking about? Courtney Stevens.
Huh? Oh, sorry, got a bit carried away there.
Blah. Stevens is Dr. Seth's middle name. Her maiden name? That was before she was married.
Of course, yes, silly me. It's Scythe now, isn't it?
Stevens? I'm sure they named someone recently. Hello? She was the coroner for the man who died by hanging.
Anyway, the point is, those are the great old days, but please don't like now.
That drops, sir. Do you think you could change your statement to include the name?
Oh yes, I don't see why not. You got it safe back then, I heard that cause...
Yes, they do.
Objection!
The statements are cut with each other. Goodness gracious. Oh, but who's mean to fur, Counsel? So jury number 2. Oh gosh, me! What can I do for you? If Junior heard the jury number 6 said in the statement, he brought to light the maiden name of the coroner, Dr. Scythe. Which turns to reveal the connection between that wasn't apparent before. Well, naturally, no one in society I find such connections and relationships irresistible. But golly, I'm afraid I fail to see what you mean. Dr. Scythe's main name is Stevens. Although that's the name, the coroner is very different linked to Waxwork of the killer. The defense evidence to prove it. My goodness, evidence you say? How utterly enthralling! Counsel, how can I overlook this remark, Mark? I must hope you have substance in your claim. Of course, my lord. I'll the court to look at this. The evidence that clearly links Dr. Scythe to the mass murderer.
Take that!
I fear the court discerned autopsy report from 10 years ago. 10-year-old autopsy report. What evidence does this have? It's of course autopsy of the person betrayed in the waxwork, the killer known as the Professor. Blah. The Professor's but the man with the capital offender, sir. That's right. The certification of death was drawn up after the convict's execution. Identity of the killer was never made public, so the report gives a few details. But what's important is the name of the coroner who wrote it. Courtney Stevens. Oh my, Courtney Stevens!
Strike a light!
It appears the professor's autopsy was connected by Dr. Scythe 10 years ago. And a few days ago, Mr. Demeter very deliberately stole the waxwork the professor of Madame Tinsdale's. A waxwork that doesn't in fact resemble the victim's man at all. And do you suppose there was some unsafe relation between these events? Absolutely, I'm sure of it. There's no doubt in my mind that it was Professor's case. It lies at the heart of the link between we've not yet to uncover. Between Courtney Scythe and Dr. Coach Ember. Hidden links, mysterious connections, secret relationships. It's so most extraordinary. We're surely obliged now to explore this further. That's one.
Quite right. I can't listen to natural charm then now. All those suspicions hanging over Yard's best coroner. It wasn't like that my day, but I'm still here to uphold the justice to the end.
The righteous, the beloved proof the wax was ever necessary to procure its conjecture. Because I would have found evidence in a proper job scene. I do have evidence though.
Hold it!
I got the glass shard. Will you claim the whole
whole incident was a trick.
I did.
I did. But one way to pull a rabbit out of the hat isn't there?
Sorry?
I got to give it a cage. I got to give the cage appeared from a mysterious person that is known as he's a real person. A robber can use a real couple. At least have the distance to make it look like a victim.
I'm not sure exactly how much criminals are governed by their decency.
The point is, if you're giving this mistake a claim about the waxwork inside the bullet cage, you need to get some evidence. Without that, it's just not science.
Inspector Shakes spread nothing less than a logical argument from the fellow of the Royal Society. Perhaps it means we could change the mind if we managed to present some simple evidence. Evidence that Professor Waxworth was inside that bird cage. Can I produce that or not? Actually, I have something that I'd like you to see, sir.
Oh? I will warn you, I firmly believe the only wise such men wear coats. So giving you a jet black outfit, I don't mind it being a spent observation here.
Do you trust anyone in black? Look at the mirror, you must be very tiring.
Take that!
What's that? A piece of glass? I thought I needed this for glass.
Yes, it's a piece of broken glass that was found inside the jacket of the waxwork. As you say, no, it's not ordinary glass though. It's very thick and clearly made for extra strength. Much like the special glass used in the development of the construction of the Crystal Tower.
The crystal tower? Holy smoke!
Exactly, the centerpiece of the Great Exhibition, where the very incident that was taking place, took place. On the day of the question, the birdcage fell from above and smashed through the window of the special glass.
And with a small piece of it, is that it?
Precisely. So, what do you say? It's now clear evidence to support the assertion that's been placed before you.
Well, as you said, I was just men with white coats in that rules. However, the reasoning is sound, and there's a size as color says I shouldn't come into it. The light of what you're saying here is I feel obliged to change my position on the matter.
Oh, who doesn't get your for you amend your statement now, please?
Since the present argument leaves a little doubt that we're actually indeed in the bird cage.
Objection!
Let's have a clearly contradict each other. Goodness gracious! Whose job are you referring to, Consul? If you could put it down to corn just for a moment, do you remember 5? Oh, you mean me? I pointed out what's wrong with the accusation without evidence. But the accusation of the waxworks was inside the second bird cage on the day in question. It's not without supporting evidence, as the defense is demonstrated by jurors sitting beside you. Oh, that's right. To be fair to say, you didn't follow the argument. Honest. Of course you didn't.
If I could interject here,
Please do, sir.
that the offense of the rectal has been backed up with some solid evidence, and we've wrongly beat to a matter of science to not pursue the matter further.
Back to balanced. Wait. Sorry? I would a dream of going against a Colonel Cobb or anyone who's suffered between the ears. Corn! Success, that's not got at least. Thank you, thank you, that will do. As we're told, the summation examination, the jury's overall leanings changed. 2 jurors now called guilty, and and 4 so-called not guilty. Accordingly, the court has failed to reach conclusion at this time. The trial must continue. We did it! We did it! We did it! That's right, we did it. We convinced the jury not to kill this innocent person. We did it. I don't know. Another wonderful victory. Portrait of the principal professor. Used a body double for the victim in a quite extraordinary case. I say it's extremely hard to believe the assertion could possibly be true. However, it would appear that it does have at least warrant further investigation. It's true that the wax professor, it's a waxwork and of the professor that links Mr. Demeter to Dr. Scythe, and I'm convinced that there's special significance to that link. I don't know what you're hoping to prove, lad. I really don't. Truth, sir, by using evidence and testimony, the court resolved deeper into the alleged invention of the waxwork in the case. Then the suit caused the owner of the model to be summoned as the witness. The owner? Madame Tunsberg. I really thought the Lord Van Zeke would object to this whole line of inquiry. Oh, very well, I concur. The make of Rachel's matters as though the appear in the witness stand immediately effect. Blah, that's a equivalent matter than found. Oh, yes? You should know that you are not on the brink of opening the Pandora's box. Oh, the good for 45 minutes. During that time, the prosecution will summon the new witness to preparation to take the stand. Blah, Madame Tosbell, yes. I shall see to it at once, my lord. She poured wax. Hey, might better get it unlock the head. To be continued. Ha ha ha. I only went out about an hour and 20 minutes of the first part. Will I get my lives back, or will I still be down to 2? Who knows?
Ah! The nightly errant himself!
Oh, have you been watching from the gallery, Mr. Sholmes?
I've been on the edge of my seat the entire time! Courtroom trials are fascinating affairs, as a spectator at least.
I'm glad you've been enjoying yourself.
I have to ask, what on earth is going on? It makes no sense! What this Professor Fitness is all about! He doesn't look anything like the person we've met before! Who even is he?
Oh, of course. You were in Germany already 10 years ago.
Yes, the Professor! When I discovered that he was the one who had been abducted with it, some sense of foreboding stirred within me. But I knew that monster would be knocking at our door. My heart felt sympathy.
As it turns out, Lord Van Zeke is even more intimately tied to this case than any of us realize, isn't he? Yes, how true. He's a great friend from university at the dock, in the dock.
And now, a waxwork of the killer who took his same brother's life makes an appearance too. Imagine, even the shrewd Mr. Reaper failed to see that kick in the teeth. Extraordinary move on your part, mighty fellow, to throw that in front of the man. Makes it like I didn't make me sound deliberate.
I kind of have a feeling that this professor case is really very puzzling.
Yes, that would be particular manner.
Well, there's Mr. Demeter and Mr. Scythe and Lord Van Zeke. It seems that everybody in the trial is linked to this case somehow.
Yes, in fact, I alone am not a member of the set. Although it leaves me massively sad. I don't sit in any of the other.
Beep boop, excuse me. I got it right. I did beep boop's right. Dr. Scythe?
Ah, Connie Scythe. Oh, it's not Lee Stevens. Good day to you.
Processing. Beep boop. Hello, Sholmes. That is very true of you.
What? What in particular, pray?
Beep boop. Your request that 10-year-old autism report from Gregson, didn't you?
Why would you assume such a thing?
Processing. Because Gregson told me. Beep boop. Beep. I think it has been 10 years. 10 years in that laboratory, burning my scalpel. Boop, boop. I smell nothing but corpses and disinfectants. The policeman on the jury has a lot to say about you as it happens on the side. I've accused her of being a conflict in what happened. I'm hoping that you'll take the stand and tell the truth about what really happened. Beep, boop. I certainly won't be possible. Beep, boop. Lord Fancy won't summon me as a witness. Lord Strongheart has forbidden it. End of line. Lord Strongheart? Pandora's box. You were warned about this professor's case. But please don't make a mistake of thinking you'll get any information out of me. Beep boop. Attempting to hide from the truth is cowardice. Beep. I've always fought crimes in the way that I see fit. I have no regrets, none at all. End of line. Beep boop. Not a call come here to say today. Processing. So, good day to you. Beep boop. She walked around and plugged her hair into the wall or something. I don't know if she's doing. Maybe it's true. Pandora's box. Whatever does it all mean?
There's really no cause for concern. I assure you, when the trial resumes, the meaning will become all too apparent whether or not you like it or not.
Huh.
Now then, I believe it's almost time. I must make my way back to the public gallery. On the edge of my seat. The edge of my seat awaits.
I think maybe you're enjoying yourself a little too much.
Ah yes, I want word of warning before I go. If in course of trial this afternoon you perceived even a shadow of doubt in the truth, don't let it out of your sight. Pursue it like a dog with a bone. To the bitter end, you understand? Do not falter, whatever may come to pass.
Alright, I understand. Thank you.
Good, to make myself scarce then. I purchased the bar camel earlier. I shall be gnawing it as I shall be gnawing on it as you gnaw away at the truth.
What's that warning Mr. Jones really mean, I wonder? There's a bit about whatever may come to pass. Shit's about to go down. The forensic team is Strongheart's baby, and I'm about to kick it in the fucking teeth. I do not condone child violence. I do however find it hilarious. It's time for the final chapel then. Determined to find the truth, no matter what. "24th of October, 12:40 p.m. The Old Bailey courtroom." He's pointing at me. "What do you want, old man?" "Never mind, I hereby recommend proceeding to court. Counsel for the defense and prosecution, are you ready and able to continue?" "Blah, the prosecution is ready, my lord." "Yes, my lord. The defense is also ready." The court is aware that under circumstances the scrutiny began the damaging internet workers' great position. Yet we now find ourselves embroiled in details of a convicted felon who was sent to the gallows decades ago. This trial suddenly defied all expectations. Blah, as we assume the fate of all the trials in which this Napoleon's fund is involved, my lord. Now then, let us begin exposition of defense's assertions. The weapons currently involved in the matter. Lord Fenzik. Blah, my lord. Are we still awaiting the revival of Madame Tuspel? Unless I removed it and fixed up the wall, it'd still be there. Blah, not at all. She's in the art chambers as we speak, ready to be summoned. What are you doing, man? Summon him! Very well, bring in the witness. Blah, at once, my lord. Beloff, show the man to the stand. Things are about to become a lot more intense.
If Jupiter is responsible, I'm sure he is. It means he'll have an accomplice. Dr. Scythe. And that connects the pair of them to this waxwork. Yes, the model of the professor. Okay, I'm gonna crazy bet here. So, he was the professor who died 10 years ago. But the coroner faked a report saying that he didn't die and then buried him. In which he was dug up and left and dug up and left. So I bet this guy's the original professor. And that's why underneath the mask will be his face. Today's link, admittedly, is bad present. It's always just had to go on. Oi, 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 oi. It's making Sherms. Blair, say your name and confess for the court, please. Well, my name is Madam Emira Turnspell. I'm a waxwork artisan. The purpose of the Penitentiary Museum of Waxworks. You have to pardon me for me working as I testify. My new visit opens very soon.
That's my face! It looks amazing! Let me come down and protest to it!
Oh, so he finally gets a statue, does he? Now the two of them are in the world. Oh my, what expression is she carving into his face? Blah. Number of days ago, a particular waxwork model was stolen from your museum. Can you confirm this? Where? It's true. At first, I believed it was kidnapped. A waxwork model kidnapped? Ho, ho, ho. Yes, my lord. There's the man for some ransom money left behind us by the culprit. However, according to what I've just been told outside, the crime was not true. I understand it was utilized in substitute for the body of the murder victim. Blah. At present, there is no more conjecture proposed by the defense. This is a victim's case in question, Mr. Odious Man. But of course, I know him well. He's a part of my odious personage exhibit. I'd attest to say that there's evidence, but Mr. Aspen does not resemble the professor at all. Perhaps their faces were very similar. I just know we should see now the demaster footage of the professor. I had the key here, but it's supposed to open the lock. Blah, that's absurd. Pardon? I don't know what face is carved into a fancy figure beneath the mask. But clearly, it won't be that actual killer. Ho ho ho, indeed. The matter has never been public after all. The trial took place on a closed court and proceedings were strictly confidential. Blah, the condemned is man who is firmly executed in the of men's closely guarded statute of secret. There is no possible way that the responsibility towards the Inquisition have handled that information. I dug up his grave! Quoi de mirage. It would seem you are unaware of the Turnspell principles. What principles? The family Turnspell have always prided themselves on sculpting the model à la perfection. In very detail, including the vintage of the insertion with a complete fidelity. And for our principles. But we don't know the legend of the Turnspell waxworks at the time of the French Revolution. Remember the Turnspell family is said to have made a waxwork of the Queen who was executed. Where? That is true. So it was a century ago now. I believe the Queen's face was carved in the minutes following her death, actually the guillotine site. You are correct. The model on display still today in the House of Horrors. We Turnspells will stop at nothing to obtain faithful replica of our subjects. Ho ho, dearie me! That's somewhat disturb the intensity of our purpose. It's the only way to obtain truly lifelike representation of the subject. And it's been a family secret for generations. Do you mean to say that beneath that mask? Where is a true image of the killer there? Blah. This is ludicrous. This is out of the question. The pest has spread terror throughout the Great Britain. As a result, the Madame Turnspell social exhibit remains extremely popular even this day. The killer emerges from his own grave and starts to behold you should come. Ho ho ho, I think Madame would benefit to hear a formal testimony in this matter. I will explain the very detail of this macabre moral and your personal involvement in this creation. With pleasure. Deep pleasure.
The special exhibit of the House of Horrors is based on rumours that shocked the society of London. An impression of the vintage was taken directly from the corpse, in accordance with Turnstile family principles. I enlisted the aid of a gravedigger, a certain who created the mould of the head in the January before the investment. I had myself until the grave and gave me the signal. I was there for a very long time that night. At dawn approached, I was very worried I could be discovered. The gravedigger? The man sanctioned this? Where? I'll do anything necessary to achieve the true reference of the family celebrate for. Nobody else knew, only the gravedigger. And what harm would it do?
Blah, so you're truly sorry. The fate of that monster!
Naturally, not at the time when his identity was a secret. But Turnstile would not be a Turnstile if we did not insist on absolute fidelity of our subject objects.
Blah, I don't believe this.
Myself, my special to museum, madame. A truly blood-curdling scene in which murderers emerged from his own grave. The scene depicts the subject of many rumors in London 10 years ago. I have it here, a newspaper from the time. Special exhibit based upon the picture in this article. It was a detailed account of what happened, reported by an eyewitness who saw it.
10-year-old added to the court record. Madam Rassett on the grave. Hey, what are you doing? What are you doing? You can't cut me off. I'm the prosecutor.
Mr. David's dreadful encounter. That's one of the words. The public enjoys absurdity, monsieur. That's why I've reproduced the scene carefully as possible in my museum. And the waxwork exhibit was stolen by some days before Vincent made a position, wasn't it? That is correct. Professor, you see it before you there. Most puzzling. Counsel for the defense. Proceed with the cross-examination. This box is linked to David and Mrs. Scythe. Could be some reason for that. It hasn't come to light. But I'll find it. I'll get to the bottom of what happened. I'll prove that Dr. Scythe and Mr. David we're on this crime together. They're gonna murder together. Everyone can see that they're gonna kill them all. There's a bit of House of Horrors is based on rumors of the Society of London. And that rumor would be 10-year-old town now, but one of those who would never forget.
Alright, I know what you're talking about, I think.
Of course, that's anything else. Yes, the story of the disappear. It tells a condemned killer rising from the dead. That's central attraction in my House of Horrors. The rumor was whispered all over the city, and it was like this. It's located behind the prison, dead of the night after the execution of the killer. The enchanted professor slid back to the stone step, uncovering the tomb. It emerged from his grave. The young man who witnessed this felt a scream well up inside him. But an instant later, he heard an ear-splitting gunshot from over his shoulder. The bullet struck the emerging corpse and felt motionless once more. She finally found its way up from the mouth of the young witness, who turned and ran from his life. The corpse climbed out of his own grave. Who shot him? Who was that? Nobody knows, even today. But remember, it's just like a rumor. It's something more than a ghost story. People of London, they love stories like this. That's why it's in every newspaper across the capital. But it was just a story. I mean, look exactly the scene can be seen today at the museum, isn't it? But you're saying he died all those years ago? Wait, this special exhibit involved a very session. But a while afterwards, the content of the article were reproduced, even in newspapers imaginable. Sorry, just fix my mic. The man might say something. Please go ahead, Mademoiselle. Something described as a rumor doesn't necessarily mean that it's entirely made up. I believe often rumors contain elements of the truth. I see people of Eastern Ink can be just as astute as the people of Europe. You can be sure the incident Professor executed was successful. That is not possible. Even the dead come back to life. Sorry? 10 years ago, I was there in Logate Cemetery. After the criminal known as the Professor was killed by this hanging, I took a wax impression of the vintage of the corpse from just before it was interned. So I can assure you, the man was dead. I see. Ho ho ho. Till it appear, the young man is suffering indented fate. Blah. First vintage was taken directly from the corpse, in accordance to Central family principles. Is that your ever to museum then? It is, assuming the subject is dead, of course. Other subjects have to cooperate in a very similar way. I have letters from prison criminals all the time, you know. What sort of letters? When the night time comes, please make a wax work of me. Come, care. No. My museum is famous, monsieur. Being made a wax work is an honor, and some criminals a symbol of status even. Nothing says hardened criminal better than wax. And that makes it one killer in particular that the museum granted such popularity in London. I'm referring to the star of the special exhibit, of course. The Professor. Blah. Who claimed to have captured and taken a person from the actual corpse. There's no exceptions to the principles of the principles. This is the aid of the governing gravedigger you mentioned the mold the head extremely before the increments. Surely that's illegal, isn't it? Fucked if I care! Blah. It's in the puppeters of the reflected novelties, blind as one Montegray. Had nothing to do with money. The man is part of London's criminal history. That's why they had to sculpt him, to record this history. It's a raison d'etre of the Tunstall Museum. If the man was convicted in closed court, sent immediately to execution. Surely nobody with the numbers of jury history present wouldn't know the killer's true identity. I saw you. Behind that mask is hidden the true face of the Professor. Do you realize what you're saying? The Professor's identity is a national secret. I understand. And now the truth of the special exhibit has been revealed. I must perhaps close. Blah, of course it will. Your entire museum did not tread carefully enough, madame. I'm French. I don't care about you Britain assholes. Another interesting chapter in the history of my family, don't you think? 10 years ago, the my Professor execution took a wax expression of his face from the corpse. Where? Exactment. I had myself in the grave. I had myself until his grave. He stayed with me for long that night.
Hold it!
You were there longer than you expected to be? Had some difficulties capturing the subject's form correctly. As I removed the mask, the mouth could have fell open, and I had a problem with the chin. Dare I ask? The man had died. The man had been dead for a short while already, you see. His muscles were relaxing, consequently his chin could not align itself correctly. Oh. Oh dear, what a horrible thought! Under normal circumstances, that would have assisted with me. However, that night, I was alone, and the consequences missed my preferred window of time. What do you mean? We take a person of a picture of a cadaver, always wait until 3 hours after death. Why 3 hours? Is the amount of time significant? It's because of the rigor mortis. A wiggling mortis? Look at my book. It says, you're an idiot, and rigor mortis is a phenomenon that occurs when the roots of the deceased bodies. As a rule, 3 hours past death, the muscles of the body begin to stiffen. For 10 hours post-death, the entire body is completely rigid and inflexible. From that point on, the monsters slowly start to revert back to like states. The fact is often used to estimate the time of death when bodies are discovered. Well, that's the educational, if slightly scary one. As the mesmerer says, rigor mortis commences 3 hours after death, and it starts in the jaw. Blah, I say. That's why you waited. Before that time, breath was fully open, and it's very difficult to do my work. It's getting hard for me to do my work with all this talk of corpses. I wonder about that information the court just heard from stem cells. If regarding mortis you just said with us, you might include it into your formal testimony, if I believe to be significant to CC. Of course, I don't mind at all. I kind of have a feeling that after this latest topic, the atmosphere in the courtroom has become extremely grave. That's not the time for jokes, Miss Hadasso. Get out! No puns! Puns are bad! Ho ho ho! May I kindly amend your testimony? As discussed. Bonsoir. Bonsoir. It's been a very long time because before the onset of rigor mortis.
Hold it!
See you soon, Linkley. Remember was being a phenomenon that described here by corpses become stiff after death. I think you said that starts at the jaw? About 3 hours post-death, is that right? Where? Constata. Of course, the exact duration depends a little on the season. I don't grow wax with ashes and dwell in the verse of the subject. No, that's simply elementary knowledge of the field of legal medicine. I had no idea about it, but maybe I won't admit to ignoring about forensic science. Could ask your father give it a very simple program if you'd like. I think cosmetics should be your domain. I'm not good with them. Hey dear, I do my very best, like no one ever was. Just have to see the corpse is my own test.
Hold it!
The other dawn was approaching. At the time of day then, approximately... I could not say. One left century with the use of and wax, morning light was becoming visible. Blah, it took place on 7th of June, which had the earliest sunrise of that year. Indeed it did. First I would have been around 4:40 in the morning. That really early. Fact is, I had very little time, so I finished my work in half an hour. It was necessary to complete the impression of the blurry and bury the body back before daybreak, of course. If something was to be discovered there, it would be a catastrophe, so I had to hurry. And when Mr. Sherm seemed to be taking shape more quickly now too. Oh, you've been joining length to make it work, madame. I wonder, that's a particular significant. And after that, don't tell how long it took you to complete the section. Adam's early sunrise. Would you look at your testimony? I believe it may be significant. Of course, if you'd like me to. You're quite right, Mr. Naruto. It's intriguing. Sunrise for morning. Be eternally imaginable at home, wouldn't it? That's not quite what I meant significant. Kindly amend your formal testimony then, madame. With pleasure, my lord. I resurrected half an hour before the sunrise and left as soon as the couple entered. Died at midnight. Takes 3 hours for rigor mortis to set in.
Hold it!
Did you have a reason to believe you might be discovered? And the sun came up or something? I had to pay the gravedigger money to keep a little secret, of course. But with the morning light, I knew had the warden from the prison would commence his patrols of the area. Did you just paid off the warden too as well? I'd already paid the gravedigger. As I said, I could not buy the silence of everyone, well the secret is no longer a secret.
Blah, sunrise at 4:40 AM. Which means it would have been around 4 when we began your sculpting work.
Wait, that must be correct. It would be the gravedigger gave me the schedule to come out of hiding. So that's all I have to go on. What do you think, Mr. Dodo? For some reason, Dr. Scythe went along with Deborah's plan. Now, if that's really true, then the Professor is the only other one we know of that links to the pair of them. I feel sure that the waxworks must be included in this mystery somehow. If that's the case, we must use our cross-examination to cover what really means. Otherwise, the Jews will refer to their learnings and the trial will be over. I agree, but interestingly, covering the Professor to do with all this means the Lord Van Zeke is more than than anyone else. Then the impression I'm getting anyway. Yes, as do I. After all, there's his profound connection to the Professor as well.
Hold it!
Time to get thinking. Put your thinking caps on. Do a little thinky dance. Aha! It was after rigor said it because it was executed at midnight. He did it at 4.
Objection!
Madam Tenspel, I have here the autopsy report that was filled 10 years ago now. You've read the death of the Professor following his execution of the gallows. And, is there a problem? I believe there is, because your testimony and the particular details in the report completely contradict one another. Where? Where?
Blah, what are you going to explain yourself, my not-penny friend?
According to the testimony, Madame Turnspell was creating her wax impressions just before dawn. At that time, rigor mortis had not yet set in. Am I correct so far, Madame? You are, yes. As I said, stiffening the jaw the first sign of rigor mortis, 2-3 hours after death. But the man's chin was limp. He could not have been dead for a long time. But on the other hand, if you look at the precise report, quite clearly states the following. Death by hanging confirmed at midnight the 7th of June.
Blah, no.
If the person is indeed dead the night midnight that day, then by the time they're sculpting the face, the rigor mortis would already have set in. Where, yes, you are right. The chin would have been completely stiff. In other words, this report is wrong.
Blah. No corner makes mistakes with recording the time of death. That's very absurd.
In that case, there's only one possible conclusion. The execution didn't actually take place at the stated time.
Blah. Impossible! Ah! God damn it! I want you to do the cross at me again, didn't you?
Got you that time, asshole! Order! Order! Cancel, this is beyond your folly. Not only are you indicating the murder and the author of Report Dr. Scythe, but you're also complaining members of the bureaucracy of prison and the execution took place? Why, heck! Extraordinary! Not my day!
Blah. My learned friend appears to have overlooked one very crucial fact.
And what fact?
The Professor died that night, without question.
He did? Of course he did. I moved the man's limp jaw in my own hands. Yes, Professor died that night. But what if he didn't die by the gallows?
Blah, I don't say. What exactly are you suggesting happened to him in that case? That was impossible to believe, but it would explain the link between Dr. Scythe, Professor, and the other person of interest. I have to explain. Actually, I've suggested it happened that night. Blah. Cool, good for it at once. What evidence really explains what really happened the night of Professor's execution?
Take that!
What have we here?
Objection!
Okay, I got the wrong thing. Before I considered the night of the execution, I strongly advise the defense to concentrate. And that's what's happening right now in that courtroom. What? Quiet. Time you present such nonsense. Fight out tonight, now you're in execution. Ah! Great. I won't anyone execute Mr. Nardo. Not tonight. Counsel, present the evidence at once. Evidence that alert explains. I haven't ignited execution.
Take that!
What happened that night was written very plain in this newspaper article. A criminal returns to dead at night at a local cemetery. Blah, it was suggesting that it was a corpse coming back from the dead now. Well, the article was to be believed, yes. The professor assumed to be dead following execution emerged from his grave, and was killed again.
Objection!
Blah, don't be a fool, this is simply a rumor, published by the gutter press. Are you certain of that? Blah, I'll say yes. The point is, the article says there's a witness of what happened. My lord, yes indeed. Well, I swear, the young man who stole the cemetery about
Objection!
last night. Blah, of course the witness, and the story didn't write himself, but obviously, the man made it all up. Oh, in any case, 10 years ago now, there'd be surely no hope for finding him. On the contrary, Mr. Lord, we all know the witness well. Blah, blah, nani? What are you suggesting, Counsel? What identifies the questioning person? Who claims to have seen the utterly impossible take from Vendor? Yes, my lord. In fact, you could say that he's right here, before our very eyes. You now substitute your last claim now then, Counsel. Who is the alleged witness of this striking scene at the cemetery 10 years ago?
Take that!
The main question is Mr. Uncross Debata. The previous witness? Adventure Exhibition House of Horrors, Madame Turnspell's Museum Waxworks. Recounts the decades-old scene in great detail. The condemned criminal emerging from the grave, and beside the tomb, a young man with a lens stumbling upon the terrifying sight. And that young man is a 10-year younger Mr. Uncross Debata. Order! 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 Sure, no counsel. Blah. Deborah was there at the local cemetery. What's this all talk about, Mr. Deborah? Is that name significant? Of course. Madame Turnspell doesn't know, does she? Yes. It's a significant, madame. Your situation as well as fact. What situation? The thief of the professor's waxworks from your museum that some days ago was perpetrated by the very same man. None! But that would mean... Madame Turnspell would appear to you know the name of Uncross Debata. Where? Yes, I know it. But from long ago, in the past. What? Oh my. Goodness gracious. Blah. Explain yourself. Tell everything you know. Yes, of course. The story of the young man and the terrible sight he witnessed in the cemetery 10 years ago was published in every single newspaper in London and throughout the Great Britain. Yeah. However,
In all those articles, the witness was simply described as a certain young man. No details were published about his identity. His name was never revealed. This is part of the one newspaper. The Daily Circus, the paper from which comes the article, I've already shown you in court. You see, the man's full name was only published in that article. How could I do this? The university student experienced the shocking events, Mr. Uncroach Deborah, disciple of science at the University of London, and a resident of the student of dorms. Unbelievable. It's unbelievable! Oh! When I read the article, I went to meet with the man. He discovered the condemned criminal coming back to life as if he was in the dead of night would make a perfect exhibit for my house of horrors, whether it was true or made truth or not. I see, so you went to meet Deborah in order to sculpt the waxwork of the man, did you? Excellent. Exactament. He was studying science at the University of London in those days. He was just a poor student. I paid him £5 to model for the waxwork, and since that time, he's been in my museum to recreate the scene from the terror from the cemetery. Blah. I'll blur you. My eyes! So, 10 years ago, a young man appeared to public the extraordinary events he had witnessed. The criminal had been put to death, re-emerging from his grave in the middle of the night. But the public treated his claims as nothing more than an exhuming antidote, and was soon forgotten. 10 years later, the same man steals a waxworks model executed the criminal. Fortunately, he used the body double of the victim in the case discussing here today. Although the waxwork was built with such poor manner to the victim, its face was obscured by the mask. The question is, why would the man do such a thing? Blah. Which brings us to 3 days ago, in which the birdcage crashed into Crystal Tower. The birdcage in fact contained not the body of Mr. Asman, but of the waxwork. The coroner of Scotland Yard, who investigated Mr. Dr. Scythe, would have noticed immediately. And yet, submitted a autopsy report from the victim, which of course it seemed earlier. Why? Blah. Because the wax was that of the professor. Is that what you're saying? Did Dr. Scythe put a name on the document confirming the death of the condemned criminal who was still alive? A criminal whose appearance and resurrection was witnessed by Mr. Deborah. But the misconduct was deadly secret the coroner could not do anything to protect. Which is precisely why Mr. Deborah used a particular waxwork in his body double. Ah! Got you again, asshole! Cross you, Belmont! I'm in the middle of a case. Go away. My lord. This court must summon Dr. Scythe as well. The defense is determined to find exactly what the coroner and Mr. Deborah are connected. Blah. According to the missive I received this morning by the prosecutor's office, Dr. Scythe is unable to participate in the proceedings, and is that not the case? Blah. She told us herself, didn't she? Beep boop. Lord Van Zeke is examining me as well as a witness. Beep boop. Mr. Strongheart has forbidden it. End of line. Lord Strongheart? Beep boop. The Pandora's box you were warned about. It's the professor's case. Please, don't make the mistake of thinking you'll get any information out of me. Beep boop boop. End of line. Something happened that night of the killer, 10 years ago, and surely no one would get to the bottom of it more than Lord Van Zeeks. The prosecution calls for the instructions as a mass missive to be scrapped. Oh, but Van Zeek, the missive is issued from the Lord Chief Justice's office.
Objection!
Fuck the Lord. I assign prosecutor as the final say on policy in which particular trial. In other words, me. Yes. Blah. Let Uncroach Deborah and Dr. Scythe both take the stand together. Take the mask off already. God damn it.
Order! Order! Very well, we have called your request. Bailiff, send a subpoena immediate witness addressed Dr. Scythe and the forensic investigation team. And we're compelled to attend to Her Majesty's orders. Alright then, encourage Zebra and Dr. Scythe. If they weren't colluding with one another, this crime could never be committed. The story thrown away, I can feel it. The truth behind all this is about to come out. Oi, 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 oi. Why the hell am I still here? Blah, thank you for attending the short notice, Dr. Scythe. Beep boop, I am disappointed in you, Lord Van Zeke. You completely betrayed the great other possibility of both Scotland Yard and Prosecutor's Office. Beep boop. Betrayal. Blah, betrayal is nothing in my nature, as long as the truth isn't compromised. If it is, then the evidence, if even hit of wondering, then no matter whom concerns this scrawlings, I will pursue the matter to the bitter end, as any pursuer with his salt. Beep boop, boop, boop. Processing. Mr. Devida, you took the victim's life by means of a machine that constructed in your workshop. And Dr. Scythe, as investigation coroner, you were first on the scene to examine the victim's body. Is it to believe that the defense that you collaborate with each other in order to both complete this crime? Beep boop. Where is your evidence? Beep boop boop. At present, we have no definitive evidence, but we do have a very significant clue. Beep boop boop. What are you talking about? I'm talking about, of course, about the waxwork. This model of the killer is known as the Professor. He was sentenced to death 10 years ago. Beep boop boop. You don't need to tell me. I witnessed the man's execution with my own eyes. It's officially pronounced him dead. Beep boop. That remains to be seen. Boop. Is that so? Inquiry. According to the newspaper from the report's time, the night of the following execution, the killer came back to life. Boop. Tisk, don't waste my time. Powering down. Oh no you don't, you get back, hey, turn back up, turn back on, we're not done here yet. As someone is the mysterious events. As you, Mr. Debiter, wasn't it? If what you saw in the graveyard 10 years ago wasn't a chilling fiction about reality, it will make you privy to very great secret of the size. A secret so profound, you compel the coroner to agree to corroborate you with an evil scheme, in fact. Fuck, he's working it out. What do we do? Beep boop. Say nothing. Okay, but I'm talking now. Beep boop. Shut up. Mr. Debiter, tell the court. Tell everyone the truth. What you saw last night in Lowgate Cemetery. He was a student who saw it. You can see the resemblance, actually, can't you? The man surpassed news. Mommy, mommy, mommy. Surely he's not going to claim they really what he saw. Especially not after these years. Quiet, dear. Richard student at the University of London, was he? A bit of a too clever of his own good, if you ask me.
What an interesting twist. When at the time, not one person would take me seriously. Yet now, that 10 years later, I'm studying a story matters in a court of law too. Tommy Arigato, Mr. Roboto. Very well then, it is everyone who wishes. Let me be frank, I'll tell you the truth of what happened that night, for what it's worth.
Beep boop. Executing one hit kill mode.
No, you don't.
Ho ho ho, so Mr. Debiter, your testimony please, about the events of that night, 10 years ago. And you'll tell the court exactly what you stumbled across in Lowgate Cemetery.
Yes, of course, as you wish.
Witness's testimony, around 10 years earlier.
The reason I was in Lowgate Cemetery 10 years ago was the spot of moonlighting, shall we say. Yes, the illustration in the newspaper article was based on what I witnessed that night.
But think about it now, I realized I never actually saw the professor. Soon afterwards, I was visited by a young woman who sculpted my model of me from wax. Then I gave up on my dreams of becoming a scientist, and it was all because of that newspaper article. Wait a minute, you're claiming that you didn't actually see the professor now? Of course, you have to screw loose to believe the corpse could come back to life after being dead. But sir, we're saying in this article, not what the paper is printed on. I think I'll describe it perfectly, yes. The details of the article weren't true. My nullifies argument of why Mr. Deborah and Sid would work together. So he's discrediting himself to cripple my argument. Tell me, witness, you guys have been in some other on some extraordinary business. Care to elaborate? No, that's right. Grave robbing, to be precise. I don't know, Lola gets cemetery is the free at the back of the prison. So amongst the students of the University of Earth, the reputation of being hunted by ghosts of the criminal convicts. Grave robbing, you say? Yes. Exhausting fresh corpses to sell and raise more lucrative. Of course, I never laid a finger on any Bible buried by the dead. Bleh, so you're one who's so-called resurrectionists. You the unpleasant scourge of the society. Actually, my fellow and I went to another name. The repurposes. That's quite beyond the pale. What are you trying to do? Magician, sir? Also, Krampus, go punch him. Your Krampus is no match to me. I am a robot. Haha. Yes, well, I think I suffered enough for your bullshit here. The Daily Circus eventually unearthed the name and put it to print. It caused me great many headaches. I had to leave the university. It was that only paper with the bad grades identified the unambiguous, I might add. Let's see. Blur, of course, Adam and James. Who drew the illustration of this article? Ah, yes, it was the bottle who exposed me. He sketched the scene right in front of me as described in the scene. Of the Atlantic Dawn, I bitterly regretted that I had done, claiming that nothing to do, never truly saw the foolish fool. Oh, very well, Counsel. You may proceed with the cross-examination now. At once, my lord. The cemetery 10 years earlier. The reason I was at the local cemetery was 10 years ago was for a sort of moonlighting, shall we say.
Hold it!
By moonlighting, you mean grave robbing, do you? So, surely you do not look at the grave as seen as my appearance to gauge the answer to that. Not in the spade. But who on earth would you buy the dead body? Beep boop. Any major hospital. Hospital? Beep beep boop. In order to better understand the human body, we study anatomy, crucial medical science. But it isn't a hospital in the. But there isn't a hospital in the world that has enough specimens to work with. Beep boop. Though obviously they can't properly express their interest in obtaining more than dubious means. Beep. Others by outsiders, and we're young research students had no money to work with. I'm sure you can imagine. So we made sporadic arrangements with the hospital via some medical students and records. He would never take any valuable from the graves. This was all for further science, you see. That's what we told ourselves every time we stole the graveyard at night with spades in hand. Bleh, you realize body snatching is a serious crime. If you are caught, you could expect the gravest of consequences. We students were caught between hammers and anvils. We needed funds for the dust. Professor Hairbrain did exactly the same. I'm quite suspicious. Apparently, which you revealed your horrid behavior. Well, if you don't know what I was doing there at the local cemetery, that's the reason. But I never expected to end this way, did it? But I regret to this day. Yes, the illustration on the newspaper article was based on what I witnessed that night.
Hold it!
Strange happening in the Lowgate Cemetery, which you now deny. Not entirely. I ran up fetched the police at the time. You know, I was shaking like a leaf. But I did believe I would have it. In fact, I was nearly averted myself. So you went to the papers instead? I started big with London News, but unsurprisingly they don't want to know me either. Then ended up through reported to the gossip rags. They got the press that came to get my story. It spread that plague throughout the capital as gossip-hungry Londoners leaped up the dare. Blah, the story was every single paper at that time, with the expression of the bird seeds. But yet only 2 or 3 actually interviewed me personally. Most accounts turned out to be very interpretive of ghost stories. Read the article in the Daily Circus. That particular journal found me in my dormitory. I don't know how, but it's got my name. So I recounted him exactly what happened that night. From your description, you drew this association. Precisely. That's how I learned the condemned name was the infamous professor. Because the reporter told me so, I had no idea myself, you see. Blah, the two reporters want to stupid around the matters that don't concern them. So since percentage those accurate done? Well, as they battle now, I realize I never actually stopped the professor at all though.
Hold it!
What are you talking about? I think it's read already, didn't I? Local activity is the rear of the back of the prison. So I ran now among the students of the university being hunted by ghosts of the condemned convicts. For some reason, I was scared of the career at night. As a result, I only too willing to believe the nonsense about the dead coming back to life. Are you saying you actually saw it? I said, or I'd seen in my mind's eye. After all, resurrection is impossible, isn't it? Do you have any idea to think otherwise? Unless, of course, you have some evidence that proves that encouraged and encountered the professor that night. I don't know. I'm not sure if it's actually sure they really did say the professor. If have anything wrong with Sonata? I know, I need to present against the irritating backtracking statement of his. Point is, that night was the moment of my life. Afterwards, I visited the young woman who was spotted the model from the wax. That's what I was thinking.
Objection!
Blah. He hasn't told me what I need to say to present that yet. God damn it, no, you should let me finish pressing everything before you say something, god damn it.
Hold it!
The image being made into of course. Precisely, the day I didn't expect to run into her again 10 years later. As I've explained, I read by the name published in the article and... Come, Kissa, I found the man. Yes, the article in the Daily Circus, I think he said. I was a poor student and barely abandoned my name at the time. And the young lady put £5 in front of me. You really concede to having waxwork of yourself made. Great permission for you to be put on display. I did. I saw what that I had to sell. I concluded. Ah, well, I remember now. I purchased something else from you that day. Niscus Pass. Did you? I can't say I remember. What was it, madame? His camera. Ah. Oh yes, I made a point of taking it with me wherever I made an excursion to the cemetery. You took a camera with you, sir? To what end? To record the detail of the bodies I disinterred. But I had no intention of ever visiting the grave again. Not after that night. I stole it. I see. But I still have it, monsieur. It's part of the special exhibit in my house of horrors. I'm very meticulous about such details. It's a transfer's way. Blah. It would seem then, this is the very camera that never talked with the Floydgate Cemetery that night in question. Yes, interesting. and I gave up my dream of becoming a scientist. I went to kill that stupid newspaper article. Whoop.
Objection!
Really? Look at that, I just thought of potato, I thought it all.
Hold it!
This article, you mean? Published in the Daily Circus? Yes, that my involvement in that my name was appeared in the article. I kind of slipped on that later that night after night I was digging these grades. Hardly a model student, you must say. I don't find my patient is expected to be fired and I was expelled as a result. Monday, I had no idea. Blah, and having run out of university, I found employment somewhere else, specialist trade. You combine your knowledge of science with the knowledge of stage magic to create various experimental machines intended to demonstrate never-seen technologies, and use those developed machines to trick government into providing investors with money, giving you money. Professor Albert Hairbrain was your latest victim, wasn't he? What are you talking about? I have no recollection of doing any of these sorts. Beep boop. Processing. What's up, Tick? Why did he suddenly change his tune and recent claims? I wonder if perhaps it's because the circumstances have changed now. What circumstances? Well, if he admits to having seen the professor emerging from the gravesite years ago, it shows the pursuit outside. Positive tried to hide. Yes, of course. They've started working together now. If they ever betrayed her, there would be no reason to continue to recuperate. In that case, we have only one way around it. After prove he really did see it. Prove really did see the professor's corpses coming back from the dead, originally claimed. Yes, we know exactly. I just realized I'm a fucking idiot. If you never saw the face, how the fuck did you know the guy was wearing a mask?
Objection!
But I don't believe that. You don't believe what? Your latest claim, you did see the person that night, 10 years ago. Oh dear, you seem to be odd, but I was there and you were not. I know what I didn't see. The illustration in this article was drawn upon the told the journalist you witnessed. A figure emerging from the tomb, wearing an iron mask. Blah, yes, the killer was tied 10 years ago. It was decided to close the court ruling the man would wear the mask to hide his identity. It wasn't to be removed even during the execution, simply burial. Even the prison wardens would see the man's face. But obviously, the provisions of the mask were not quite public knowledge. So, Mr. Dibber, as you say you've just heard, Gog. A lowly student of the University of London certainly would not have known about the condemned man's mask. So unless you did actually see the person that night, it could simply... It exhibit the artist would have included the mask in his illustration. Order! Order! Well, Mr. Debitor. As a vile scene, isn't it? If you look closely. And I've already been the pains to point it out, but I was utterly petrified. In which I had to, in my head, to see such a blood-curdling sight. But afterwards, I came to my senses and realized that I'd been mistaken. You're still saying you didn't see it? Blah. If you're stubbornly sticking to that story, witness, then amend your testimony and explain exactly how you came to witness the deceived you. Of course. I'm more too happy to oblige. I Can't believe he's still not going to concede the point. Blah. I mean, hey, you're copying me. What the fact that with this fellow grave robbers was a favorite robber at work.
Hold it!
A fellow grave robber? What are you talking about? Well, it wasn't only business in the cemetery united, no. Other body snatchers were at work though. Of course, when I saw the one emerging from the hole, I dug up, but my hunt never stopped. That's the terrifying that I actually saw, you see. Blah, you're claiming it was just another student on the equally integral business of your father himself. The medical student here wore metal masks to protect their pet from bacteria during the dissociations. Claiming the fellow was using the mask to protect your anatomy, wouldn't you say? There's more to this story, isn't there? The article goes to say, the next second the gunshot rang out suddenly from behind. The bullet pierced the recruit's man's chest, whose breath is still once more. Oh, we must soon. The sex station discovered the miscreant at work, perhaps, and fired upon them. If a gravedigger had shot someone in the cemetery, I think it might have been rather big news, my lord. Oh, well, why yes. I can only assume it was an embellishment bolted letter of the report.
Excuse me.
Madam Tensfell, don't take it. You didn't take it out. You didn't take it out, Mr. Sholmes. Oh la la, pardon. I was lost in thought. It'd be fair to say that Mr. was lost in mark. Was significant to you in some way. I thought it was a little strange, that's all. How Mr. Deputy could claim this now. You don't mind me saying, madame. What are you talking about? Well, when I met you 10 years ago in the University Dormitory, you recounted me a very vivid memory, you know. Including the gunshot. Stop! You might want to watch your tongue, you know.
Objection!
Have care, Mr. Dever. This is not the way to speak to a lady. Grr. Please, Madam Timso, carry on. Of course. According to what Mr. Dever told me that night, at the time, he did hear a gunshot behind him and the bullet hit the condemned man. I did nothing of the sort. No, you are very explicit about the details. I read the mask and the figure he was wearing. And the blood that splattered on you when you were shot. Duff, shut up, woman. You're making all this up. That will do. Mr. Deputy. Yes. Oh, you're through the accounts just given to Miss Thamesville. I have no recollection of ever saying those things. Oh, come on. Do you really expect us to believe that? Ho, good choice of counsel. I don't put places accusations in my courtroom. Alright. Under the circumstances, I think the best that you supplement your testimony with a statement. I clarify your position to this witness. Very well. Blah. There's no gunshot from behind me. Oh, that not now I'm sweating of blood. Really? Because there's blood on your camera, you jerk.
Objection!
Mr. Debitor, you remember the camera? But that's the camera from the fateful night. Yes, we borrowed it from the House of Horrors. The camera you took with you the cemetery that night, Mr. Debitor. Fuck you. And that's supposed to be significant. I think this kind of camera is fairly seen in our homeland, so Michael and I were keen to examine it closely. There's a lens extended forwards from the end of the bellows. Like this.
Hold it!
Blah, what's that? That's on the bellows. It was like a darkwood stare. Ugh. That's right. The records of mark here. In fact, good lord, are you suggesting? Yes, my lord. It appeared to be a splattering of blood. How times it can be confirmed with a simple chemical test. Isn't that right, Dr. Scythe? Beep boop.
it would be difficult to determine if it was human blood and not the blood of some animal. But, yes, I tested whether or not the blood sample is enough. Beep boop. I suppose Madame Turnstille's testimony was correct. And the night in question 10 years ago, you were splattered with blood from the gunshot wound.
Well,
Now furthermore, you really did witness the condemned person emerging from the tomb.
yeah. Gah, gah.
It is 10 years old, that blood splatter. There's simply no way around you could have gotten such a traumatic experience. In other words, the only explanation, you're trying to hide the fact that you saw the first of that night.
Blah. But why? Why would you want to do that?
Well, not for his own gain, it would seem.
Blah. For who's that? Who could benefit?
Mr. Ebener obviously is lying in order to protect somebody.
Oh, my goodness. Someone else? Blah. Don't do it.
Yes, my lord. And then clearly, it's someone who doesn't want the truth about the professor coming back to life to be exposed. Well, Counsel, who was it then? Who was the witness trying to protect by lying about what he saw that night?
Take that!
Time for the answer. It's Dr. Scythe.
Blah. Whatever do you mean?
Beep boop. Loading murder mode.
What did you say?
Never mind. Imagine the convict who had been sentenced to death was not in fact killed. Imagine if there was come to light. Beep boop. What are you insinuating? And imagine if the convict in question was the country's most hated murderer. Beep beep. Sorry. If it was in fact the professor, that would be unpredictable scandal.
Blah. This is beyond a joke. Need not point out that the dead cannot come back to life.
What are you suggesting that would mean that the execution never actually happened? Yes, that's exactly what it means.
Blah. Once a man is sent to the gallows, he hangs. There could no escape from Great Britain.
But the fact is, there was a witness. In fact, the man escaped his hanging. That was really curious. Would non-stop supervising the coroner. It would take the honor of the entire judiciary from the ground up. Beep 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 beep. And exactly because of these mental repercussions, Dr. Scythe would have consistently demand made her by someone threatened to expose a secret, if it meant being complicit in a crime. Oh, you mean? I mean, Dr. Scythe would collaborate with Mr. Deborah's wicked scheme. She was coerced into collaborating in order to protect a decade-old secret. By switching the dead body from Mr. Arsman with a waxwork model fabricated by the officer report.
I ripped my pants again.
You should really stop doing that, Lord Van Zeek.
Blah. Pray forgive my freshly filled hollow chest and my whole wrath onto the Christianity's nows.
My goodness.
It's just a tall tale Londoners would enjoy, I grant all. Blah. But executed killer rising from the dead is a Scotland Yard cover-up, a conspiracy at the highest levels. So let me ask you this one thing. I'm about to fuck over the entire British government system. Awesome. What's that? As the condemned Williams did emerge from the tomb that night, only to be shot in the chest. Who pulled the trigger? And disposed of him forever. Well, no idea at the moment.
We have too little information there at present, I think. I couldn't agree more.
Blah, more bloodline. Your belly is no place for fantasies. I have considered this, my London penny fund.
Considered what?
Beep boop. Do you realize how dangerous it is to endeavor you would be to conceive this woman in such criminal activity? The tantamount to declaring war on the entire British police force and judiciary. What? Hard to imagine that any sum of money offering the research unwarranted. To really realize such a deception,
would be such a Stik amount of madness. Well, I suppose. Blah, there's no petty crimes either. The victim was murdered. A man who had already invested money in the venture would read in so many future profits too. Yes, there's no reason for me to kill Mr. Aspen at all. What? Or are you forgetting his death results in not a single? It means receiving not a single penny. The court is already aware that the contact between itself and the victim now. Oh, look at this, very true. The motive for this case runs deep, though. I can feel it. Using threats of force to hit forensic investigators he incorporates extreme, but the government grants has no guarantees to receive in the first place. If his research grant was to aim taking this man's life, there's no sense anyway. Which means that the devil's motive isn't money at all. It was just trying to kill Miss Asman. Let the Asman testify. I'll see Manny B. Blah. Thumbs up, my little fond. I'd say have one last chance before the jury loses their patience in the charade. Let us see if you can back up your headly proposal, shall we? Boom, bitch. How do you explain the engineer would throw all the construction to the wind and threaten down country? Oh, boy, it prepared more ordinary conjecture without proof. So, counsel, present your evidence. Alright, here's the documents as been distributed. The section does not need seen yet. I am going to have to present 2 pieces of evidence to show that this. Ah, my face! Yes, my lord.
Take that!
Yes. If it did, it would be great. Wasn't thinking about. Was I thinking? Hoping. Oh wait.
Take that!
Said I better have. Get a contract you signed with the Absman. Yes, that is right. Very document, in fact. That proves I had no reason to kill the man. No, I'm afraid not. It turns out this contract actually helps to establish the real motive for murder in the committed. Oh, it does? I never. What are you talking about? Read it again, you idiot. I'm not finished. In order to demonstrate what your motive really was, I need to contract another piece of evidence. Blah. What evidence? Counsel, will you present your public evidence without delay? Or evidence which costs a reference with the contract establishes the motive for the deed. Very dramatic music keeps the play in the background.
Take that! Take that!
left me a little bit stumped. What's the second piece?
Take that!
It's not the great fair. Maybe with the recognition he wanted.
Take that! Take that!
This is the first one I checked the rack. I've had some a few times, but this is really stumping me.
Take that!
Really? This is powerful, my lord. That was written 10 years ago, and every detail is examined already. What can I possibly tell us? Drivel. What? What drivel? You never have written. The devil got up and no nonsense. Nothingness. But there's something significant in the newspaper article that contractors have in common. Really? And that's the common link. It's very clear when you determine who killed Mr. Old ass man. But it would seem the fence has uncovered something the rest of us have missed. So, my learner found. Point out the two pieces of evidence of common.
Take that!
Mr. Oldie ass man wrote the article. Blah. These two pieces of evidence have been common. Is a signature. A signature? A signature that illuminates the company's 10-year-old article signature on the contact. Belongs to the same person. Blah. Nani? Gag. Gog. The court has heard this illustration is drawn 10 years ago. A newspaper reporter found that Mr. Debitor interviewed the ideal. If you look closely, the reporter's signature can be seen in the bottom right of the corner drawing. And if you look at the contract here, which was signed between the victims last year, clearly Mr. Asman's signature is at the bottom. Oh, what do we see now? Oh, good lord, yes, they're identical. In short, the journalist who drew the illustration and wrote the article published in Mr. Debitor a year ago was the victim in this case, Mr. Oldie ass man.
Objection!
Blah. But explain to the court why. What was the motive for witness to murder Mr. Asman? Well, if you think back, remember that Mr. Debitor talked about the article in his testimony. Grave robbing? Who say? Yes, exhaust. Ex-human fresh corpses to style reasonably lucrative. What's beyond the pale? You've been fine of information, sir. Yes, well, I think I suffered retribution enough. The daily doctors eventually unearthed my name and put it to print, causing me great many headaches. In the end, I had to leave the university. There's only paper with a bad degree to identify me unambiguously at the end, I might add. And I gave him my dream of becoming a scientist, and that was all because of that newspaper article.
the time you were a student of University of London who dreamt of becoming a scientist. However, this single newspaper article changed your entire life. Oh, Miss Aspen used the newspaper journal city. Blur, he did, my lord. In fact, it is widely held belief that Aspen managed to position itself as the heart of a criminal network. Blur, thanks to his many dubious connections made during his time as a reporter. So you have to give up on your dream of leaving university. You lost everything. Eventually, you found yourself working in the field of science, but in the shadows. That's because of that article written by Mr. Asman. Enough. Stop this endless driveling about my life. What? Oh, explain yourself, Deborah. It is true. I do leave the notices of the article. But it's just to straw the book to come us back. What do you mean? No, it's every student at science faculty was too poor to actively conduct any research. But they struggled on their own hypothesis anyway. We all did, only to have it taken by vultures. Sooner or later, you knew the ideas would be stolen and presented by some wretch other than you. That's all, after all. Goodness gracious! Making one's name for oneself as a scientist in a climate like that. It was a miracle only a few geniuses could ever hope to achieve. Personally, I was not one of those geniuses, so I was hardly a wretch. Being forced into university because of some low get was the best thing that could have happened to me. Mr. Deborah, do you genuinely believe that? Of course I do. Who better place to know whatever was not I possess as a talent for science was me. Sorry to say, but that your words don't ring true at all. Blah, how dare you? I have evidence to prove it. How are you in position to say anything about me? You don't know. I don't know you from Adam. Fine, you think you have evidence? Go ahead, show it. How could possibly prove an idea that I was happy to leave university because I lacked talent?
Take that!
Remember this, Mr. Debitor? We found it in your workshop. Blah. Is that a Royal Society trophy? Excellent in science. Oh, this is exactly the trophy, Council. It's the greatest honor that can be bestowed upon a young scientist, my lord. Blah. There's no higher accolade. They recognize emergency talent and promise for a bright future. Goodness gracious! The prospects in the future are excellent, weren't they, Mr. Debitor? But even then, you were a genius in your field. But you lost everything. You had no more future. The talents would be to go to waste. All as a result of one newspaper article. I don't know when you realized who Miss Arsman, but when you dawned on you that it was the same journalist 10 years ago ruined your life. You're abundantly clear that you had no intention of forgiving the man. The truth is, finally, he's going to fold. He's not going to fold, Naruto. It'd be too easy. Beep boop. Powering up. Ha. Fine. Clearly, this has run its course now. What? Nani? I admit it. All of it. What? What are you doing? It's exactly as the Japanese man said. I was coerced into going along with the man's plot to murder the victim. On one condition, he kept my dirty secret from 10 years ago. Blah, no. Good lord. Oh, this is gonna go badly. Blah. Dr. Scythe, do you realize what you're saying, woman? It is all true. That day. When I arrived at Control Tower and saw the birdcage, my heart nearly stopped beating. Beep boop. The memory of a decade ago that I'd done my best to bury deep inside myself. Beep boop. It was the professor again, staring at me in the face. File retrieved. Then before I had a chance to react, I noticed something else. There was a note tucked inside the model's jacket.
Dr. says you go along with my plan. From someone who knows the truth about what really happened that night 10 years ago.
Beep boop. All the instructions were in the note, every detail was meticulously written out. I had no choice but to do what it said. Beep boop. It made necessary alterations to the scene and fabricated a autopsy report as instructed. There was really no other choice. It had to be done. Protect the judiciary. Beep boop boo. I can only apologize now.
Well then. Bleh. What are you doing? You buckle now?
Beep boop. Well, there's no point in trying to hide it anymore, is there? Beep boop. I would have done anything to stop it from coming out, even collaborated with murders. Beep boop. But the great lie about the execution Yugos had been exposed. End of line. Whatever happens, I am finished. So, Mr. Debitor, what do you say to that? Your accomplice has admitted everything. Oh, Strong Art's gonna be pissed.
Bleh. Truly goes without saying.
You admit your part in it too, then?
I admit nothing. Not at all.
What? Blur.
Have you forgotten the kinetic machine was ripped to shreds by explosion? Short of me admitting to a crime, not really. There's really no possible way to prove that I did anything wrong.
Mummy, let's get some hits and let's get some brooms and beat him to death now while we can.
Order! Order! Whatever this man says, I admit to everything. He threatened to expose my secret, so I went along with the plan. Beep boop. And Lord Van Zeke.
Bleh. Yes.
Processing. I hope you accept my apologies for what happens next in your hands, of course.
Bleh.
Oh, we've heard enough now. I hereby present the final findings of the court. This trial is not the proper form in which to pose this elderly of Mr. Debitor. The defendant, Professor Albert of Hairbrain.
Bleh. Very true. I had slipped my mind.
Isn't he one of your closest friends? As the court has decided as methods that are brought by the defense. Hereby, obviously, the defendant is any possible guilt. You mean? At the present time, the conclusion of this court, that the defendant was not involved in any wrongdoing. Does the prosecution have any objections?
Bleh. None, my lord.
Congratulations, Mr. Nahido. You've proven Professor Hairbrain's innocence. Without further ado then, is the judiciary. Unless the prosecution and defense have any other matter to discuss.
Bleh.
I don't have a catchphrase. What do I do? I'll just wait. I don't know. It doesn't feel quite right. Why did Dr. Sai suddenly admit to it like that? Is everything alright, Mr. Nahido? Like I said before, where the trial is set to now, the judge will certainly deliver a verdict of non-guilty. But is that really what we want? What the defense will be pushing for now is...
Objection!
The defense objects to the trial ending at this time.
You're our lord. Oh, I beg your pardon? We demand one final testimony. Nani? Oh, Nani? You realize what I'm about to adjudicate? In favor of your client, I presume? Blah. What you're playing at now, Mr. Non-Peace Farm? Why do you want to obstruct the conclusion of the trial at this point? Blah. No defense lawyer is the right man would do that. Mr. Naruto, what exactly are you thinking? The truth, the whole truth, and the way to bring it all out in the open. Right. Yes, in hindsight.
Ah, yes. One word of warning before I go. If the court and the trial this afternoon you perceive even a shadow of doubt about the truth, don't let it aside and pursue it like a dog with a bone. To the better end, you understand? Do not falter, whatever may come to pass.
As far as I know, he must have deduced this would happen. Yes, I am in court of vacate for my client, and to score an acquittal. Blah, obviously. But that's not all. I believe we have the duty to the court to pursue the whole truth of the case until every last detail is laid bare. Blah. And that's why the defense calls for further testimony from Dr. Scythe. Testimony from me about what? About the nature of your collaboration with Mr. Enco's Deborah. In case it escaped you, your attention, I've already admitted to everything. The whole truth has already been revealed. So stop wasting everyone's time. His lordship may be very plain, but your client will get acquittal you wanted for him. There's simply no point in pursuing this business any further than discuss the duties of cross-examination. End of line.
Ah, Bobby, why? Why do I keep sitting here every time? Can we sit next to the spot?
But you like the splash zone, honey?
The splash zone is a bottle of wine to the face every time, Monty.
Blah, pray forgive my careless handling of my hello bottle I slipped. Is that what you call it? Oh, your objection, Lord Vinci. Prosecution, blah, prosecution. Also calls for supplementary testimony from the witness. Don't be an idiot. Hey, boo. If there's more to this case than yet to come to that, then I will join the learned friend in pursuing the facts until the bitter end. You will what? Lord Frantique, I love you, my man. Hug me. This is most irregular, to say the least. Oh, however the prosecution calls for it, I will uphold the request. Dr. Scythe, you testify for the court. Explain the coincidental involvement in the murder apparently committed by Dr. Dibba. Aye. Very well. The waxwork plot. It all began at the scene when I saw a waxwork note tucked inside its jacket. The actual body of the victim was indicated in the note to instructions was beneath the experimental stage. The body had been arranged in certain ways to implicate the defendant, which was my job. I enlisted the help of an entire forensic investigation team to dress the scene appropriately. The truth about the execution 10 years ago is a state of secret at the highest level. I had to protect it. That's right, the stage's medicine were all for to design for this perception. So it seems, all meticulously prepared, you do well to see it through. You're a very shrewd boy. So kind of you to say. And what about this autopsy report then? All I did was record the location of the body as being in the crystal tower instead of under the stage. That's all? That's terrible corruption! Fuck you, little girl. Only my team was aware of the deceit and only when I under explicit instructions. Nobody else in Scotland Yard knew anything about it, I assure you. End of line. For the sake of the small mercies, I suppose. Well, I believe the testimony has clarified everything. There's no particular need for a cross-examination, I would say. No, I disagree. I can't shake the feeling that something's wrong. Boop, boop. Look at the expression of Dr. Sai's face. The defense wrote the conversation of the witness following the testimony. Tisk, what is it about you Japanese making all this so doggedly persistent? Very well. If you desire, Consul, proceed with the cross-examination.
Yes, my lord. Work, work, work. I'm going.
It all began in the scene when I saw a waxwork note tucked into the jacket.
Hold it!
From what you described before, it sounds like the note was anonymous. Did you see if any other what was behind it? There are very few people who know what really happened 10 years ago to start to go with. But anyway, I never heard of this engineer, so no, I had no idea. Yet despite not knowing behind the plan, you went along with it. I had no choice. Protecting Professor's secret was my only concern. Blah, the horse is now bolted. The stable doors are never shut again. Scotland Yard representation will be immensely damaged as a result of this. Yes, thank you, Lord Van Zeeks. I'm well aware of that. Oh, so I understand it. You found the birdcage was a waxwork model. Where then the victim's body? Actual body of the victim as indicated with the note instructions beneath the experimental stage.
Hold it!
So you knew about the special construction of the stage and used to carry out the trick then? It was quite obvious it had happened with the victim and the waxwork. And you switched the two over, didn't you? In other words, you recovered the victim's body having discovered in the crystal tower and the waxwork. It was wrapped in it when I wrapped it when sent it to carry specifically the events followed most of the time. And when you were given such directions. Blah, presumably it will be recovered by Mr. Demeter and returned to Madame Tersval. I see. So you put the birdcage back to the experimental stage. Yes, although someone obviously made a mistake about which cage should go where. I thought I'd made it perfectly clear to the team, but still. I suppose you'll focus on the victim's body that in more important detail. Processing. The body had been arranged in certain ways to indicate the defendant that was my job.
Hold it!
You're saying when you arrange, I presume you mean with this? Yes. The instructions on the engineer's note said to do something along the lines of fabricate some evidence to make it clear that the hairbrain alone could have killed Assman. So, you mean to say it was your doing? I fetched Hairbrain's ridiculous screwdriver from the stage and took it with me, alone, to the abyss under the stage and the birdcage had fallen. Alone, Doctor? I didn't feel it would be appropriate to involve anybody else in a particular part of the deception. Nah. Screw goes in, screw comes out. There is a void under the stage where I found the birdcage lying in the dirt. I approached it and leaned down and slowly opened it up. Then I took the screwdriver in both hands and plunged it into the man's chest. And then you noted the fake autopsy report as a fictitious cause of death. Exactly. Blah. So the actual cause of death was trauma resulting from a 30-foot drop. Oh, my word. What is it, Mr. Sanderson? Tell me about Dr. Smith's last statement. It's playing on my mind, that's all. Yes, mine too. Dr. Scheith. Beep boop. There is really no need to shout. I can hear you quite perfectly well. My microphone is on. The defense calls you to add what you just said to your formal testimony. Oh, which part? what I want to hear supplemental testimony with is... I hate split path ones. Because of death, we 30 feet fall apart. Fine, if that is what you want. Stop yelling at me, please. Blair. Special concurs. Very well, you know something your testimony now. Yes. As you wish, my lord. The cause of death was a neck trauma associated suffered from a 30-foot fall.
Hold it!
You're quite sure of that? As a result of a broken neck? Yes, the professional was more than apparent. You'd never know just by looking at the photograph of the victim, though, would you? No, that's very true. Obviously not. Which is possibly why the coroner needed determined actual facts. Yes, assuming they can be trusted. Beep boop. Blah, there's no point in calling our assessment into question without evidence to back up the testimony. Very well. And how about...
Hold it!
Why can't I skip this? Why don't you let me skip it? Come on. That's Seth. You prefer more about what you did to the victim's body. I believe that may be significant. Could you please change your supplementary to explain that instead? Very well. I saw that the victim's corpse was laying there in top of a cage, and I plunged a screwdriver into the chest.
Hold it!
So would you establish that with this? Yes, far easier to search than I saw you. No precision required. And a welcome change. The victim died instantly from the stabbed neck. All I did was carry out the instructions that had been given. There. As unflinching as ever, no doubt. I imagine you didn't bat an eyelid when you drove the weapon into his body. There was no need to bat my eyelids. And what else did you do to the twist test? Remind the court, don't you? If you wish. Wouldn't this group have been found inside the body?
Objection!
Apparently not. Let me hear the rest of the testimonies.
Hold it!
The entire team, preventing the course of justice. The team consists of the very best investigators there are. I demand loyalty from all members. We operate in the code of chivalry of shorts. You
aid and abet a murderer, commit perjury, and dare to talk chivalry? Fuck you. It was a matter of priorities. What? Nothing is more important than protecting the secret of the Professor. My team is not necessary to lose sight of the primary goal. I consider their conduct exemplary. Don't concede the point, Senator. You must let her win. I need a lawyer. I take the signs as tactic to apprentice. Appearance, now can we move on? I don't think so, because it shows like the stabs in the chest.
Hold it!
But at what cost? Faith in Scotland Yard is going to suffer a terrible blow as a result of this. I'm talking like him. Your British secret's sustainable anyway. Yes, as you say, I had to take a faithful responsibility. Let me down! Dr. Scythe! Surely there was another way you could have projected the secret. No, really wasn't. I've done my utmost to believe me. In many ways, I respect your determination. Phew. I nearly froze in that cold stare of that. I believe she was being genuine though, Mr. Naruto. That's her story. She admits everything, reveals her full intention of the crime. Never there could be more to it? Well, I don't know, but I just have a feeling. Gee, Mr. Naruto. Truth is, I find it strange too. But you're reacting in completely opposite ways, I mean. Yes, exactly. For some reason, I feel sure they're still trying to hide something.
Objection!
Ah, you got it right, I know. I've got a nasty feeling that this inconsistency points to an extremely uncomfortable truth. What on earth is the matter, Consul? You lost your tongue? Apologies, my lord. Dr. Scythe, your last statement of yours. There's just one point. It seems to defy explanation. Nani? Blur. Out with it, my lord of France. There's obvious inconsistency between your description and the photograph. Which shows the victim in the birdcage following the events that led to his death.
Objection!
Blur. God, let's already examine the photograph in depth. There's nothing we can learn.
Objection!
Yes, we have already considered it. That's true. But we don't know the facts to be different. Blur, what's your man? Oh, I believe we should let the defense explain. The photograph you see is legit to see with the statement.
Take that!
Look closer at the blood stain on the victim's chest. Heel extends downward direction towards the man's feet. If he was laying down on his back, wouldn't it pull everywhere and not go down? If he's standing up for it to go down. Hey little Matt, good morning. Good night, Consul. The victim was stabbed the moments before the tickets machine was sent to motion. It's entirely expected. Ah! Of course, no! That's not what happened. Exactly, my lord. That's why I've made it very clear to test me that just now. The point in which he stole the professor's harebrained screwdriver and stabbed the victim. It was after the great deception in the motion when the birdcage fell to the ground from the stage outside. From the shape of it, it appeared the birdcage would have fallen onto its side after a 30-foot drop. The victim had really been stabbed inside the birdcage at that position. The blood from the wound would have spread out equally in all directions. Well, no. You can see from the look of his clothes, his chest is larger than his stomach, so it would still push down anyway. Sure, it would probably be more even, but still. For the form of longitude appearance seen in the picture is inconceivable. Ah. Blur. Because the victim's blood spread directly downwards and up. Oh fuck, he was still alive after the fall. In this case, you stabbed Mr. Osmond who was standing up. In short, Dr. Scythe, the lost testimony was total fabrication. Ah. Oh. I knew it. I was right. Now I've identified the contradiction. There's only one explanation to the facts. We've all been under great misapprehension here. Blur. Nani? What sort of misappropriation? Dr. Scythe, you claim you're concerned about helping Mr. Devitt as a result of the note left on the X-Works. You claim that you made changes to the scene and climbed to the defendant. You claim that you authored the fake autopsy report and covered your tracks. But one of those claims is an out and out lie, because the question of what saying really tells us is there one possible answer. Blur. If that's the case, what is it, man? Counsel, you have clearly struck upon the revelation. Here's what it is. Which part of the census story shows the lie? Testimony. The autopsy report. I don't think he was dead. I think he stood up and he's like, oh fuck, and had to stab him. Say that you examined the body and wrote this autopsy based on findings. But a blatant lie, isn't it? Ellipses, 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 ellipses. I'm sorry, I simply can't fathom what you're attempting to say. The truth is that your opponents did do the work for you. They also did the report. But then you wielded your superiority over them and claimed the credit for yourself. Can you honestly say that's not what happened? Boop, boop. Yes, I can honestly say that's not what happened. Well, good. Glad to hear it. What is the purpose of the exchange? Oh, wait, that wasn't. Bleh, that's a fast event. I thought it was correct. The question is concerned. I thought that was correct. It's very simple if you consider the sequence of events. The victim was stabbed, the blood from the wound seeped downward as it did. We're sure the victim must have been either sitting or standing upright at the time. Blah. But as you pointed out, the birdcage would have fallen to the side beneath the stairs. Yes, it would, which tells us that the victim must have been in the position of his own accord.
Objection!
Blah, that's impossible. The man was dead, remember? No, that's the misinterpretation. Blah. Oh my. The birdcage fell from the stage in the void below. It must have hit the ground with considerable force.
Oh my fucking ass! Jesus Christ! Oh fuck me!
Who's absent didn't die in the fall.
Oh, for God's sakes, man! I don't know what whiplash is, but I think I have it.
He lost consciousness for a while, but when he came around, he got on his feet to climb out of the cage. Just as Dr. Scythe appeared.
Oh, blimey!
Ellipses, 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 processing. The victim was in fact alive at that point in time. It changes everything. Blah, ugh. Mr. Odious Man Killer wasn't the defendant. The defendant wasn't the defendant, Professor Hobrain. Nor was it the mastermind behind the state trickery, Mr. Encroach Debitor. It was you, Courtney Slice. Grrrr. Ugh.
possibly be true? Bleh. Abdul, been taking me for a fool. It was you, wasn't it? You killed him?
Ellipses, ellipses. Mute mode activated. Hey, don't you mute on me. I hope you hope by admitting that being accomplice in this scheme it would end before you were accused of far worse crime. Cold-blooded murder. Oh, do shut up. You are so desperate now. You are making all this up if you do something like that. End of line.
Objection.
I assure you, the defense is not desperate, Doctor. The know has established the facts and using evidence and logic alone. Ha, logic. Don't make me laugh. Sadly, your logic is a gaping hole in it. What? What do you mean? Tisk, I thought now it was obvious. I motive, boy. You are lacking motive. What possible reason would I have to kill Mr. Assman? Mr. Assman was involved in any number of criminal activities or concerns for left of murder. But there's no known connection to Dr. Scythe here. She was covering her ass! Rather so fetched. True, but no obvious motive. There's still something that's back in my mind. It's like I've seen something somewhere before that hints why the coroner might have done this. Yes, I might have tampered with the crime scene and conjectured the fake report. But murder is something for no reason a very difficult story. She was fucking doing it to cover her own fucking ass. No, your question is the possible reason you could have for wanting to kill Mr. Assman. Something did come to mind. Nani? What is it, Kato? What? Not in the court at once! My second breath of the court. Showed yesterday, didn't we? Something that seemed strange, but we had no reason to suspect it at the time. There's practically an object that explains why the Scythe would have wanted to kill Mr. Assman. The Iron Mask. Was Mr. Assman the murderer? It's the Iron Mask. You have lost me. Huh? Thank you, Mr. Nono. But why the Iron Mask? Well, all the things I saw yesterday, it left one of the greatest impression on me, so... Clearly, you have no idea what you're talking about. I think I must have said the wrong thing. Forgive me, interruption, Mr. Dr. Scythe, but my colleagues meant to say it was the scalpels. Perhaps makes a little more sense to you? Ah, of course. Did you say scalpels? It appears that the word has struck a chord, Doctor. You... come on, out with it. It was yesterday, when you visited your laboratory. What's this big book here? It appears to be an account ledger, a record of all the French investigation teams spending on, I think. Oh? What is it? The other team purchased various equipment and supplies on a monthly basis, but... well, monetary seems rather strange. Really? In what way? They're buying 500 scalpels every month. $500 scalpels a month? At first, I thought I wondered what on earth it would be used for. Just get that many scalpels for. But actually, I realize now it's not scalpels themselves that are significant. It's the money for them, disappearing every month from the department accounts. Blah, as the criminal organization really relied heavily on extortion for its funding. Just the money from forensic investigation team accounts where it would be going would be extremely straightforward. Ugh. 10 years ago, when Mr. Assman was still a journalist, he wrote this article about Mr. Debitor. He may have stumbled upon the information and was researched the story. Information related to Dr. Scythe's dark secret, and he would have used the money to rake in money for the next decade. Dr. Scythe's called. You mean? I know what happened on the night of that execution, but 10 years ago. But clearly, the opportunity of arise for yourself of menace tempted you to pass up. In the end, you were concerned at all, were you? You didn't entirely of your own free will. You stabbed Miss Asmin in the heart with all your might. You silenced the blackmailer who knew your darkest secret forever. Freak out, freak out! You will never, you'll never understand. None of you. Error, error. What had to be kept cover error up all these long years? Error, error. Code not found. Source. Oh, where's my freak out? As very little machine remains after ripped apart by the bomb, the truth of the case never be properly established. Unless you speak out. And if you decide not to, you're very possible the court South will escape punishment for your crimes. Please, sir, own up to what you've done, and tell the court the truth about what happened. Blah. 10 years ago, you told the truth, and you are robbed of your bright and successful future as a result. I can certainly understand why your bitterness and your concentration now, however. This is surely your chance you've been waiting for, to sever the hold of the fate of your head these years. Super high voltage internet connections. I mean, really. It's as a brain mocked scientists that are the worst, you know. They don't recognize the fact they don't have talent and they can't ever get that right. So they end up chasing impossible dreams, having unbridled faith in their abilities. They go on and about their wonderful hypothesis, and their stupid eyes shining in their concerned little child. They make me sick. I can't abide the foolishness. Come here, Deborah. I've blown the gasket already. I was particularly pleased with the kinesis machine. May have got assured, didn't it? So you admit it. You admit that there was nothing more than a sham made for the purpose of killing the victim. Yes, I admit it. I did it all in the name of revenge. Revenge for the future of Mr. Asman's article had deprived you of 10 years earlier. But revenge you sought, you didn't stop you. But the revenge you sought didn't stop Mr. Asman, did it? Blah. Which is why the very particular waxwork comes in. Yes, I see. I condemn your convict. You saw rising from the grave, like you told me 10 years ago. If your accounts were all true, then obviously Scotland Yard couldn't afford to acknowledge what had happened. Even the meant discrediting the bright young man and crushing his future career it might have had. So your plan required you to abduct that particular waxwork model, in order to exact revenge on the Scotland Yard as well, or on Dr. Cyrus to be precise. It was a year ago. With some extraordinary twist of fate, Osman turned up at my workshop. He didn't remember who I was, of course. He just wanted to employ my services as an engineer. And I happened to have a paper with him, and the article on the front page caught my eye, about the coroner who handled the bogus autopsy being appointed a new forensic team. Then I learned that news. My congenital processes started to devise a plan. What a horrid tale! He robbed me of my future, so I wanted to use the man's own wiles against him for revenge. You have the rotten Scotland Yard and eating out my hands at the same time. I wanted them all to suffer the same humiliation I had to suffer. Your actions against those who ruined your future were justified as revenge, at least to yourself. Certainly, no one else has the right to destroy another's perspective, especially purely for selfish gain.
And yet, in carrying out your plan, you did exactly that to someone else, didn't you?
I did.
Professor Harebrain's only crime was passion for his hypothesis, but he had no compulsion about sacrificing his future to effect your revenge. You knew that he would be forever banned as failure and a fraud. Perhaps life treated you unfairly 10 years ago, and others' misconducts left your life in tatters. But remember this, your own actions result in the exact same thing for another perfectly innocent young man.
Fuck you.
I... Give me my freak out, damn it! You blood-born looking motherfucker. Oh, Lomvik, what of Dr. Scythe? An immediate warrant for her arrest has been granted. She has been remained in custody, my lord. Blur. I was warned that your first child can come in needs along with Mr. Debtor. Most regrettable situation indeed. She made a great contribution to our profession over the years. I really had the hard truth to swallow. However, that is a topic for another future occasion. For now, Professor Harebrain?
Oh, yes!
There seems to be a great deal more to your experiment than you realized. However, I think we can assume now that all the sorry details have been brought to light. Oh, it has been a very long, profound trial, and I'm pleased to say you're absolved of all guilt.
The whole experience taught me great but painful lessons. I've been, a dedicated scientist, this devotee to natural philosophy, has been selfish and self-centered, and above all, a fool.
Professor. Blur.
I spent my life thinking of nothing but my research. Misguidedly believed I could do whatever I set my mind to despite my lack of talent. And the worst of it is, the process has caused others pain and misery. Others who are far, far greater people than I.
Blur. No, Professor. That's not true.
What?
Don't tear yourself to some brush dividend. What happened was his doing alone. The outcome is his fate and not yours. You are not to blame in any way. Lord Van Zeke, and the decision with which referred to you earlier, calling you a fool, tells us even. The man has no idea. To believe in yourself, to work for your fingers to the bone to realize your dream, that is laudable, not laughable. No one has the right to discern another for such choices.
Thank you,
Barak. So ladies and gentlemen of the jury, yes, my lord. The court expectation you will find the defendant not guilty of the charges which he's been insanely accused. I presume there's no objections?
None from me, my lord.
Certainly not. This trial has really made me think, but let's write the decision.
Has all been proven to methodically register as no behavior whatsoever.
Huh? What? It's all over?
I don't know what's become of the yard these days. I don't recognize the place.
Oh, very well. In that case, I hereby pronounce the defendant.
Hooray, Bobby! Yay! Can you get this glass out of my face? The wine bottle still hurts. There's alcohol in my wounds. It burns. Now there's fire as well.
Oh, court is adjourned. It's over. That was some trial. Oh, you should probably be running. Lord Strongheart's gonna fucking kick the shit out of you. You're just gonna beat the fuck out of him. 433, or Bailey defenders our chamber. Professor, what a splendid outcome, isn't it?
Oh, it is. It is. Congratulations, Professor Harebrain. Mr. Naruto! Miss Sadaso! I am truly bestowing myself with gratitude. I don't know how I can thank you enough.
I'm just glad it's all been cleared up, that you realize you were just caught up in a bad situation.
Right, now you know. I had the research grant money. I give it all up to you. Every penny.
Well, that's very kind, but I'm just a student, so we don't need any financial reward. Your acquittal is more than enough.
Oh dear. Oh, what can I do? Aha! How this? A memento. Maybe the hypothesis is inside.
Well, I just as memento then. Thank you. I've been wondering, Professor, what are you going to do now?
I'm an inventor ray that shoots cats into space. Oh dear, yes. What am I going to do? I thought this is a great machine lying in ruins. But still, it's been too long since I last in London, so perhaps I'll enjoy the sightseeing. I must explore the great machine whilst it's here, to see if an inspiration hits me.
Oh yes, that's a wonderful idea. I
Cannot allow that.
Blah, I cannot allow that. Lord Van Zeek, what are you doing here? Blah.
Bardock!
I'm sorry to have you going through that, Mr. Albert.
Well, if I'm honest, it was terrifying. But great demon behind your bridge there, snarling down your prey.
Blah. You're one of those two friends I have. I couldn't leave it to anybody else to handle the prosecution, nor the defense.
Sorry?
Or the defense? Did he just hear that right?
Anyway, I know where you had your business in your heart. Don't worry. How about you show me around while I'm here in town? It's been a long time since I left university. There's a lot to catch up on.
Blah. Listen, Albert. In a few days, your acquittal will be made official. When that happens, you must head straight to Dover and I will accompany you.
What?
From there, you'll cross the channel and make your way back to Germany. I've already purchased the tickets.
But no! Hold on a minute, Brock. What about the Great Exhibition? This is a chance of a lifetime for me. I wouldn't look around.
No. Blah. No sightseeing of it. Give up on that idea.
Sometimes it's hard to see any warmth in those eyes, Brock.
Lord Van Zeek? What is all this about? Necessary precautions. Yes, I think I understand. You do? Well, Iris told me that when you met Lord Van Zeek at the office the same day ago, you asked about noticing him, how he was doing. Oh, that's right. Oh, wait. Fuck. He wants him out of the country so he doesn't die. That's right. I remember his prize at the time. I think it was nice of him to ask. The point is, Mr. Darcy is still alive and well, even though it's been more than 6 months now since he's been trial as a Reaper and prosecutor. You mean the Reaper's influence doesn't stretch overseas? Blah. In those Reapers' starts, they meet their ends of the day, and it's days or sometimes months after their acquittal. It's been patterned up till now. But of course, we knew that both Nassim and Gina were completely innocent. True. Perhaps that governs the Reaper's actions. The truly innocent are spared. But I don't want to take any chances with a close personal friend.
Baruch!
Times like mustachioed Nepalese, this man should leave the country without delay. That's why I'm packing him off to Germany at once. Right. Does his friendship package really say in there? My goodness, what are your intentions all along then, Mr. Van Zeek? In court, where people think of him as the Reaper, it seems the man's absolutely merciless, and yet, sometimes I feel though I don't understand him at all. It's time to go, Albert. Back to prison for the time being.
Ah, yes, alright. Well then, Mr. Naruto. Thank you so much for everything!
Not at all, Professor. It was a pleasure getting to know you. Best wishes, Professor Hairbrain.
Well, once the dust is all settled, I must come and visit you in Germany. Anyway, bye for now. Whoa, 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 whoa.
What? Is the stream still up? I haven't got any notifications about any drops. Okay, might just been a timing thing. Blah, now I'm in Holland's France. Oh yes, I thought you were going too. We'll have matters to discuss. Can you spare some time? You're to talk with me? Blah, I'll be waiting in the courtroom in 10 minutes. Well, that was strange. For some reason, I didn't get that sense of impending doom as he walked away this time. You're gonna die, die, die! The Enigma, Baruch Vazik. What does he want to discuss? I wonder. The answer awaits in the courtroom, I suppose. Here goes then. Look at the end, or will actually be a scene afterwards. Wait, I feel like the budget's gonna come back. Prepare for budget! No budget? Wait, they're gonna take the mask off him, aren't they? Blah. So you're satisfied. You'll save the godless scientists from the great injustice. Yes, I think so. I believe at least the man's innocent could be proven. Blah. Anyways, I imagine you've been wondering where my unmerciful towards the Japanese come from. Ow! Well, at first I thought you just didn't like me. Imagine you saw me as a pretentious child from an important land with no business being here. But now, I think it's differently. Blah. You clearly know our ways, so I should guess that your specifically led to your thorough dislike of my race. Will you tell me what happened, please? The professor. Wait, was Professor Nipponese? Was Professor Japanese? I thought I'd never hear that name in the courtroom again, to be honest. He took your brother's life. Clint. My brother was Clint Ozek. 16 years ago, when I was still just on my teens. He was already the doctor of prosecution and the key member of the judiciary. I looked up to him and he had everything I was about to be. He was involved in the development of justice system in the foreign countries as well. That he extended programs between Britain and nations too, to share knowledge and ideals. Part of which those programs, 3 judicial students came to Britain from your homeland, Empire of Japan. Oh, that was 16 years ago. Then, one of them could have been my father. Of course. I remember Dr. Makotoba well. I had no idea. I was a minor at the time, threatened to be a prosecutor's office. One day, Clint introduced me to 3 visiting Nipponese. So, you've actually met my father? He and his colleagues were polite and humble. They adapted well to the work exacting their standards. It was my first encounter with the Japanese spirit, and it made a very good impression on me. But 6 years later, that's when it happened. Investigation was going nowhere. There were no suspects even, just an ever-growing list of victims. And then in the end, my brother became one of them. The last, in fact, before the case was finally resolved. I'm so sorry, Lord Van Zeek. I truly... Clint was always ready to put his life on the line for the justice system anyway, so I wouldn't have wanted any other way. He lost his life to the killer, but that was the victory. That's why that's covered up in his closed court, because it was the Japanese dignitaries did it. That's why they hid it all. Blah. For me personally though, it was a great loss. I found myself in a very dark place indeed. Because I did the same to the Jezebel in Japan. When my father found out the killer's identity, the reason why no one had been able to catch the man soon ceased to be a mystery. He had been hiding in plain sight all this time. Plain sight? Are you aware of the political environment 10 years ago? It appeared extremely sensitive public between British and Japanese empires. A new treaty was being forged, I think. Da, correct. The Anglo-Japanese Treaty of Friendship and Navigation between are concluded. Leaders of both countries are deep and extensive political discussion, which is why the particularly killer appearance in the court conducted a closed trial. The British public had known the identity of the killer. Not only would the treaty have been jeopardy, but our two nations could have been very well ended up at war. Ah, a war between Britain and Japan. But that would mean, oh my, you mean to say the professor was... Oh, the budget's
When the trial
here.
reached its conclusion earlier, I thought to myself, yes, it's time. Time for you to come face to face with this hideous monster. I borrowed the key for the mask from the proprietress of the Waxwork Museum. So see for yourselves now. Confirm it with your own eyes. The truth that's been hidden this past decade.
That's the professor?
Yes, that's him.
Until now, the thought never even crossed my mind. That the mass murderer, whose crimes shook Britain as never before, was Japanese.
Wait a minute. That face. I feel as though I've seen it somewhere. It's strangely familiar.
Oh fuck, it's because of his dad.
Father.
Oh, I got it right.
What? Father? Kazuma!
My heroine will ever be
My
blown.
best friend, Kazuma Asogi. After a whole year, finally his memories returned.
He still has hero wind. His hair's blowing.
As he stood there before me. Ryunosuke. Hello again. My friend.
Kazuma-sama!
Judicial Assistant Mikotoba.
It's been a very long road. Thank you. Thank you for guiding my friend here when I could not.
It was an honor.
I knew you wouldn't die that easily. Kazuma.
I owe you thanks, too, for taking good care of that in my absence.
Oh. Karuma. The great blade of the Asogi clan. Passed down through the generations. When we left Japan, this sword was at my friend's side. A Japanese man's katana is his soul, and he couldn't be parted from it. But then, when the incident happened, it was Susato-san's wish that I inherit the sword, and I've kept it with me ever since, along with my memories of the friendship we shared. With this by my side, I always felt that you were watching over me somehow.
I've made it. At last.
Father. Are you saying... Surely not. You mean you knew all this time? I'm looking at it. But I still can't believe it. This mass murderer is Kazuma's father.
Anime! There's metal in the middle of that.
Kazuma-sama.
Ryunosuke, we have much to talk about. But now is not the time. I'll be seeing you.
Yeah, she can go back together.
That's all Kazuma said. Before he turned and left us there, in the courtroom.
Where'd the prosecutor go? Blah. So he's a living image after image of the man who took my brother's life is here. Yes, Kazuma Sogi, my best friend. 3 months ago, when Lord Chong got into his dust, I had an inkling that there was something there, some connection. Why did Lord try to do that? Why did he make Kazuma Lord Van Ziek's apprentice? He was suffering from amnesia too. Blah, that means, as was apprehended, very executed. But his legacy just won't die. That's sad truth. Anyway, that's all I had to say. Thank you for meeting with me, as I asked. Wine bottle to the face! What the hell? Psh, ah! "10 years ago, my grandmother took me to a railway station. We met my father from the train. For me, it was the first time I'd ever seen him. Poor Stardust, son, all is tied up with painful memories. Her too. She never talked about them with me before, though. Sometimes we're just having father around. But when I was starting to get used to it, he called me to his study one day. He told me that a great friend of his had passed away in London, and his friend had left behind his son, a boy 7 years my senior. Father told me the boy was made promise for his late father to study to become a defense lawyer. I wanted to help, so I studied to become a qualified judicial assistant. As I'm sure you've worked out, that young man's name was Kazuma Sogi. So you see, that's how I'd met.
For a brief moment, my great friend had returned, only to disappear again all too soon. But in that fleeting encounter, something stirred. Something that had been dormant for a long time. As if great wheels had been set in motion. I could almost hear them creaking into life.
Turns out it was the curry I had for dinner.
In some ways, it was the end of a chapter. But in many, it was the start of a new one.
Is it over? Episode 4. Twisted Karma and his last bow. Oh, there's still 2 more chapters to go. So, that was the 3rd chapter in this game. It was a pretty long one. So for some reason, Karma's gonna die, and then a resolved by Revolution no.
But that, ladies and gentlemen, is for next time. And by next time, I mean tomorrow. Thank you all so much for being here. It means a lot to me. I have a Discord below. Thank you all for coming, and I'll see you all tomorrow. See ya!